The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and gallery, please rise for the invocation which will be offered by the chaplain.
Almighty ever-living God, with you we find life, meaning, and attractiveness to every moment. Draw us deeper into yourself today. We recognize our own neediness upon your constant direction and presence in our lives to do anything that pleases you. May we never offer anything evil, but work to avoid sin and pursue virtue. Protect all those here present from any temptation, especially towards division, envy, and despair, as they go about their work of legislation today. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Rhonda Timish of Denton County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Members and friends in the gallery, please join me in pledging to the United States and our great state of Texas. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Linda May from San Antonio as the Doctor of the Day. Mr. Metcalf moves to disperse the reading and referral of the bills until the end of today's calendar. Is there objection? Chair has done so ordered. Please excuse Mr. Sherman for today and the remainder of the week because of important business in the district on the motion of Ms. Collier. Is there objection? Chair has done so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial recognition. The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes for a memorial recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in the early hours of this morning, Cameron lost an officer who had been with them for quite some time. He was doing his job, protecting the community, and he was out serving a search warrant in conjunction with the Rockdale Police Department, Milam County Sheriff's Office, and the Texas Department of Public Safety officers. The name has not been released publicly, so I will not be saying it here, but he leaves behind his family, and it's a terrible thing. Must we not forget what our law enforcement community does for us? Thank you, Mr.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
HR 258 by Martinez, commending the St. Mary's University School of Law online Juris Doctorate degree program.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 258. Okay, so already previously adopted. Members, it is my honor today to recognize such a great law school that is joining us here today, and also our chairman of transportation, who's also a St. Mary's grad, and also our chairman, Ford Price, who is also alumni from St. Mary's and from St. Mary's Law School. Throughout the years, you know, many of us have seen how hard we've advocated for the establishment of a law school in the Rio Grande Valley, and this great opportunity is before us today. I'm honored to recognize St. Mary's Law School for taking the initiative and expanding this opportunity for students to attend law school, not only from the Rio Grande Valley or the state of Texas, but across the United States of America. I'm honored to be part of this program and finishing my 1L year, and this section, known as Section O, has excelled throughout this program, so we're very honored to be here today. Joining us here today is Patricia Roberts, Dean of St. Mary's University Law School, Thomas Mangler, the president of St. Mary's University, Colin Marks, who's the Associate Dean for Strategic Partnerships, Zoe Niesel, Associate Dean for Academic Affairs, and Danielle Cobes, who's a Law Success Instructor. And also in the gallery, we do have our professor, who's our professor from Property, Matthew Dawson, and also Joelle Lauer, who's the Vice President for University Advancement, and two of our colleagues, Victoria Villarreal and Katie Carmichael. Thank you, and members, let's welcome them to our Texas House.
The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB 266, HB 290, HB 474, HB 492, HB 586, HB 624, HB 785, HB 793, HB 914, HB 1088, HB 1315, HB 1333, HB 1761, HB 1845, HB 1910, HB 2109, HB 2371, HB 2575, HB 2691, HCR 111.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is for all the members of the House Natural Resources Committee. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Natural Resources to meet while the House is in session today at 3 p.m. in room 1W.14, which is the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business. Thank you, members of the House Natural Resources Committee.
Members have heard the motions. Objection, chair has done so ordered. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Natural Resources will meet today at 3 p.m. in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 1105 by Schofield, commending R. Jack Cagle for his service as Harris County Commissioner for Precinct 4.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Please join me today and our friends from Harris County and even neighboring Waller County as we honor the career and service of our friend, Cactus Jack Cagle. We're getting old enough now that I can say that I've known Cactus for years, decades now, where I used to just say years. He has constantly been in our community a man with a heart for service who has always been available when people needed him. He first ran for county court at law judge, I think in the year 2000, served 11 years in that capacity, and was elected to Commissioner's Court, where he served 3 terms. And I can tell you from personal experience, my House district contained only about 10,000 of his million-plus constituents, and yet Cactus Jack Cagle was in constant contact, always asking what he could do for the members of my district that lived in his precinct or in anywhere in Harris County. Cactus, we are honored to have you here today, and a few of our colleagues want to talk about some of your service and their experiences with you. Thank you so much for all of your service to your neighbors, and thank you for making Harris County a better place to live.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say Jack Cagle is a fine man, one of my favorite people to sit with, and always a man of good deliberation, and sound judgment. I appreciate you very much. Thanks for your friendship, sir.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Commissioner, it's great to have you here, my friend. He informed me that my mother-in-law had his first fundraiser when he decided to run for judge a long time ago, and you and your wife have been constituents of mine for a long time. I love you. You're a great friend. Congratulations. You're missed.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Jack, it's been an honor getting to serve with you for the people of Harris County. I know when you were our Precinct 4 commissioner, there was not a soul in Harris County Precinct 4 that you didn't have their best interests at heart. Those buses were always running. There were always activities. I remember going with you to Burroughs Park and surveying the fish population. And Janet, thank you so much for letting Jack serve our community for so many years. It's been an honor and a privilege to work with you, and I hope that we'll see you again soon. I know one thing about having a passion for serving others is that it never goes away, and I feel like you have a lot left to give, sir. So God bless you, and thank you for being here today.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson-Harris.
I've known Commissioner Cagle since he was an associate judge, then a judge, and then my friend for many, many years. I want you to know that he swore my grandson in when he became an attorney. And we have had a friendship that has lasted over many years. And although he's not in office, our friendship still exists. Thank you, Judge Cagle. Thank you, Commissioner Cagle.
The chair recognizes Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Cactus, it's good to see you here, my friend. And I knew Jack as an activist in our party when he first got to be an associate judge, then a judge, and then an excellent county commissioner. And I have to say, he always said that even though I wasn't in his district, he took care of me and counted me as part of his, especially after later elections. He was the only guy that we could count on. So thank you very much for your service, sir. Thank you for your service to the state of Texas. And God bless you all. Thank you, Speaker.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kane.
Members, I don't think you realize you're in the presence of greatness up there. The Cactus Jack Cagle. The man who inspired a great many of this body to break quorum themselves. That was a punchline. It was terrible. It failed. But Jack, thank you for teaching us how to break quorum and do those things, man. We're all going to miss you dearly. And our condolences to your dear bride for having to deal with you. Congratulations. We appreciate you, buddy.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris.
Judge Cagle, many people, I haven't heard anybody mention this yet, but I knew of you a couple of decades ago when I had many friends in the DA's office who for countless hours were preparing for night court. And I don't know how many people know that not only did you do great things on the bench and in public service, but that you spent so much time with other young attorneys doing night court, which was a fundraising event to benefit others. So not only have you walked the walk in ways that we can see it, but you also do it privately. I'm always grateful for your friendship and the fact that you always found a way to work across the aisle and make sure that we were doing good things for our community. So thank you for your countless years of service that is seen and unseen.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Commissioner Cagle, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your guidance. If it had not have been for you, I wouldn't have been on the school board. If it had not have been for you, I wouldn't have been on city council. And if it had not have been for you, I wouldn't be here in our house. So once again, thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dayala.
Commissioner Cagle, congratulations. We all admire and appreciate all the work you've done, the service you provided to our county. Now, going back to your days as a judge, you remember from the campaign trail, I told everyone I could that you used to grade my paper and you are not necessarily always kind. So thank you for everything you've done. It's been an honor and a privilege to get to know you, to call you friend. Looking forward to what lies ahead for you. Thank you, my friend.
The chair recognizes Ms. Swanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Before talking about Commissioner Cactus Jack Cagle, I want to honor the woman who he would not be here without her, and that's his mother. Please wave at us. And thank you so much to his wonderful bride of many, many years, Janet, who allowed him to spend so much time serving our community, which was a huge, huge job. I have known Commissioner Cagle for over 30 years. He has been a friend to me, a friend to so many, a very purposeful and kind mentor to so many people around the county. It's amazing all the things he did, also just on a free basis, how he brought culture to our area, to Precinct 4. We appreciate that. Shakespeare in the Park, all the other fun things we did, how we fought to make sure our area and the county were served so well. And it's just been a joy, a pleasure to have you. I was so thrilled to call you my county commissioner all those years. And thank you so much for your service, Cactus Jack Cagle.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull.
Thank you. So great to see you here, Commissioner Cagle. We have missed seeing you around. We love your strong commitment to Harris County, your service, your passion, like none other. It has been such an inspiration to see how you led. You have inspired so many. One thing I will say that hasn't been said, your immense knowledge on any fact of any historical fact, it is just mind-blowing. And I have missed being around you and hearing those. So hope to see you again soon. We miss you and we all admire you and thank you for your passion, your commitment to Harris County, your leadership. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson.
Jack, we miss you, and I've missed you since I retired to Galveston County, but Jack and I have known each other as friends since 1996, and he actually wrote me one of my first checks when I ran for the State Board of Education, which led to here eventually. So thank you, Jack, for inspiring so many of us. Thank you for your generosity, for your heart, and for your caring for your citizens. Really appreciate you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schofield.
Jack, I hope this showing today indicates to you the degree and the depth of feeling that the folks of Harris County have for you and the gratitude we have for your service. Mr. Rosenthal reminded me to point out that you're also a heck of a bass player. I will definitely miss that at the annual Cagle Jamboree. I'll miss sharing a campaign headquarters with you. And on behalf of all of us, welcome to your Texas House.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan for a notice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 7, Section 37C, I hereby give notice that I intend to in at least 1 hour's time to move to reconsider the vote by which HB 4771 was defeated.
Members, that notice will be entered into the journal. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Insurance to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 1W.14, Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair has done so ordered. Following notice, the clerk read the notice.
The Committee on Insurance will meet today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I moved to suspend all rules to move on H.R. 1760.
Members heard the motion. Objection, chair hears none. So ordered. Following resolution, the clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1716 by Wilson, recognizing May 11, 2023 as World War II Veterans Capital Day.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in the hallways today, you probably noticed some World War II veterans walking around with their families. That's because today is World War II Veteran Day here at the Texas Capitol. Just a reminder of this greatest generation. 16,112,566 sons and daughters donned the uniform to serve their nation and the world in a time of crisis. Of that, 405,399 were killed, 671,278 were wounded, over 130,000 were taken prisoner, for which only 116,129 would actually return from those prisoner of war camps to be with their families. Here in Texas, even though Texas was only 5% of the population of this nation at the time, we provided 7% of the members of the armed forces. 750,000 Texans, including 12,000 women. Over 22,000 Texans paid the ultimate sacrifice with their lives. That's not counting the wounded. That number cannot be known. It's interesting to see that Texas provided one of three at the time Texas military colleges that would produce more officers and aviators than all other academies combined in the United States. Of that, 33 Medal of Honor awardees include Lieutenant Audie Murphy, who sits there on our wall, overlooking us each and every day, I'm sure grading our papers. PFC Sylvester S. Herrera of El Paso, 150 general officers, 12 admirals, of which included, and I think Sharon, our parliamentarian, would be interested to know, Colonel Avita Kolphabi, who was commander of the Women's Air Corps, Army Air Corps, and would later serve as the parliamentarian of the Texas House. Within our generals and admirals, we had the Supreme Allied Commander, Eisenhower from Denison, and the Supreme Commander of the Pacific Theater, Admiral Nimitz of Fredericksburg. We generated heroes like General James Earl Rudder, who led his Rangers at Pointe du Hoc on D-Day, taking out the heavy artillery that was bombarding not only our soldiers on the beach, but our ships as they were approaching. heroic service. But they can't just be defined, this greatest generation and these heroes, as those who fought a very desperate war. But they can be defined as those who came home, who didn't whine, who went back to their farms, who went back to their cities, who basically led the world in the industrial might for this world to recover. They fed the world and they built the world. And with that, we owe great gratitude. Of those 750,000, only 8,200 remain today. They only make up 0.6% of all the veterans who are here with us today. So with that, I'm grateful for you joining me here. And as you see them today, thank not only them, but their families. They brought their families with them. They're extremely proud and they're honored to be here. And if you're interested in linking up and meeting them, please come see me. I'll tell you where to go. But with that, thank you, members, and thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity to recognize the greatest generation. I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. All in favor, please rise. The resolution is unanimously adopted. Mr. Court has moved that all members named in the resolution's objection. Chair has done so ordered. Members, we are about to start today's calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. The chair lays out on third reading SB 876. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 876 by Flores relating to the licensing and regulation of dog and cat breeders, expanding the applicability of an occupational license.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 876 reforms the Texas Licensed Breeders Programs because for too many puppies in Texas, life is too rough. I move passage.
Start today with a good dad joke. Thank you. The question occurs on final passage of SB 876. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes and 23 nays, SB 876 is finally passed. And members, before we begin the next bill, join me in wishing Mr. John Kemple, Mr. Kemple, a very happy birthday. Mrs. Weiner, do you have a dog joke?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce the remarks by Representative Buckley and place them in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Objecting, chair hears none, so ordered.
Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 855. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 855 by Alvarado relating to continuing judicial training regarding family violence victims.
Chair recognizes Representative Holt to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill adds dynamics of family violence as a dedicated judicial training topic. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 855. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 134 ayes and 6 nays. Senate Bill 855 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1319. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 1319 by Huffman relating to the reporting of certain overdose information and the mapping or overdose for public safety purposes.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members. This is the overdose mapping bill that we have because there's currently no uniform means or single location for EMTs or other health and public safety officials to track and share overdose information. This is obviously particularly important given the ongoing fentanyl-related deaths that we're seeing in our state. As everybody knows, fentanyl continues to be a major threat to many people across our state, with an 89% increase in fentanyl-related overdoses from 2020 to 2021. So this bill requires authorized medical personnel and law enforcement within their geographical jurisdiction, to make a report of an overdose of a controlled substance by requiring them to enter in a participation agreement with an entity that maintains a computerized system for mapping overdoses. Important to note, this software platform is free. It is already available, so there's no cost to anybody for doing this. And this simply provides first responders and other public health and safety authorities with an additional tool in the toolbox to prevent overdose deaths and save lives. Overdose mapping technology helps track where overdoses are peaking, but also protects privacy of individuals.
Representative Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Turner. And thank you for letting me join author this very important bill. I did want to make some clarifying or ask some clarifying questions.
Sure, of course.
This is in response to the fentanyl crisis, but would it also apply to other drug overdoses?
Some, but not all. Yes. It's not every drug, so we're not talking about marijuana, things like that. But it is specific to specific types of overdoses. Yes, but not all.
All right. And currently, does this map exist in the state of Texas? Are some first responders submitting information to the mapping system?
Yes, it's my understanding that some jurisdictions have taken advantage of this. For example, the city of Dallas has been has been a leader in this effort, and they've begun to use this product, but it's not been required up until this point. So it's been pretty spotty and inconsistent, and therefore not of the greatest utility.
And you may recall that one of my constituents, a fire chief from Lake Travis, came
yes.
and testified in favor of it. And he had mentioned to me that currently some first responders are using it, but the map isn't as effective as it could be without more people submitting information to it. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I think that it's being used kind of sparingly right now, probably based on what agencies or jurisdictions are aware of this tool being available to them. And therefore it has probably limited utility right now because it is so spotty and sporadic who's participating in getting data into the software and then also using the software to analyze where overdoses are happening. And so this legislation will, by requiring everyone to take advantage, again, of a free tool that's available to them, will create a lot more usable data that's going to be very helpful to public health officials and to law enforcement agencies. And the fire chief from your district was outstanding, really explaining to all of us why this is such a helpful tool to save lives.
Yeah, he first mentioned this to me at Public Safety Day out in the district. And so I went online, looked at the map online, and noticed that it's used quite a bit in other states. So I'm glad, hopeful that this tool will help the state of Texas in dealing with a very important and heartbreaking issue of people overdosing on fentanyl and other drugs. And so I really appreciate the work on this bill. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you for joint authoring and joint sponsoring, since this is a Senate bill. And I don't think I quite answered your first question clearly enough, but this is talking about opioids, including fentanyl. But that's the focus of the overdoses we're concerned about here.
Right.
And so thank you very much for joint authoring. Appreciate Chairman Goldman for being a joint author as well as Representative Lujan.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passes, Senate Bill 1389. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? I mean, 126 ayes and 12 nays. Senate Bill 1319 is finally passed. Members, please take this opportunity and join the chair in recognizing in our gallery today. We notice an extraordinary number of school children from across Texas. So to all the kids here, welcome to your Texas Capitol. Chair recognizes Representative Herrero for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Corrections to meet while the House is in session today at 12 noon in room 1W.14, Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Following announcement, clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Corrections will meet today at 12 noon in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair recognizes Representative Guillen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety to meet while the House is in session today at 3 p.m. in room 1W.14, the Agriculture Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety will meet today at 3 p.m. in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1650. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1650 by Parker, relating to durable powers of attorney and the construction of certain powers conferred in those durable powers of attorney.
Chair recognizes Representative Smithy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the bill we passed yesterday that is a cleanup bill, and provides flexibility in the appointment of durable powers of attorney. I would move passage.
Question occurs on final passage, Senate Bill 1650. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 130 ayes and 3 nays, Senate Bill 1650 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 888. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 888 by Perry, relating to fire escape exemptions for certain courthouses.
Chair recognizes Representative Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply exempts historic county courthouses built before 1989 and in a county of less than 50,000 people from some of the state laws that are not financially or logistically viable for some counties. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 888. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 137 ayes and 4 nays, Senate Bill 888 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 68. Clerk will read the bill.
SB 68 by Zaffarini, relating to excused absences from public school for certain students to visit a professional's workplace for a career investigation day.
Chair recognizes Representative Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill allows for 2 career investigation days to visit professional workplaces. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 68. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 139 ayes and 4 nays, Senate Bill 68 is finally passed. Please excuse Dr. Bonin to attend a meeting of the Conference Committee on House Bill 1 on a motion by Mr. Metcalf. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes Representative Wilson for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, we did a resolution today for our World War II veterans. I just wanted to let you know from
Members, please give your attention to Mr. Wilson.
I just want to let you know from 11:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. today, you can meet them in room 210 of the Sam Houston building. That's room 210 of the Sam Houston building. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John, Kim.
The chair lays out on third reading SB 1499. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1499 by Nichols relating to the funding of certain port projects.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is our Port Access Fund bill to ensure that all ports will benefit from the funds and state investments. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1499. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 9 nays, SB 1499 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 820. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 820 by Colcourse relating to the registration of vision sport organizations, imposing a fee, requiring an occupational registration, providing a civil penalty.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Members, this bill will define and require registration for vision support organizations. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 820. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Click voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 133 ayes, 7 nays. SB 820 is finally passed. The chair lays out in third reading SB 1457. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1457 by Zaffarini relating to guardianships and the delivery of certain notices or other communications in connection with guardianship proceedings.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson-Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill that's dealing with guardianship and getting notices out. We want to be able to use something other than the U.S. mail, which is horrible. We want to do something like UPS and FedEx in order to get the notices out. And in addition to that, we want to allow the attorney ad litem to be able to receive service or process on the behalf of the war. And I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1457. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Thompson-Harris voting aye. Mr. Kemple voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 136 ayes and 3 nays. SB 1457 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1942. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1942 by Leach relating to the regulation of sports wagering, requiring occupational permits, authorizing fees, imposing a tax, decriminalizing wagering on certain sports events, creating criminal offenses, providing administrative penalties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1942 until after House Joint Resolution 102.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HJR 155. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 155 by Guerin, proposing a constitutional amendment to foster economic development and job growth, provide tax relief and funding for education and public safety programs, support the horse racing industry, and reform horse racing and greyhound racing by authorizing casino gaming at destination resorts, creating the Texas Gaming Commission, authorizing sports wagering, requiring a license to conduct casino gaming, requiring the imposition of a casino gaming and sports wagering taxes, requiring a license.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of HJR 155 until 3 p.m. today.
Members hear the motion, objecting, the chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HJR 102. The clerk will read the bill. Resolution.
HJR 102 by Leach, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to legalize wagering in the state on certain sporting events.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of HJR 102 until 2:30 p.m.
Members heard the motion. His objection, chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out HB 2483 as a matter of postponed business. On second reading, the clerk will read the bill.
HB 2843 by Kemple, relating to the authorization, licensing, and regulation of casino gaming and sports wagering in the state, to the creation, powers, and duties of the Texas Gaming Commission to support the horse racing industry and reform horse racing and greyhound racing conducted by certain persons, and to other provisions related to gambling, imposing and authorizing administrative and civil penalties, imposing taxes, imposing and authorizing fees, requiring occupational licenses, creating criminal offenses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2843 until 3 p.m.
Members heard the motion, objection, chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4217. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4217 by Troxclair relating to the powers of certain public utility agencies granting the power of eminent domain.
The chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair to explain the bill.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill is a local bill that impacts the Western Travis County Public Utility Agency and helps them get water to their customers. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4217. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Troxclair voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes, 11 nays, HB 4217 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2647. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2647 by Sherman relating to allowing the Board of Trustees of certain school districts to create a non-voting student trustee position on the board.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2647 is Representative Sherman's bill that we passed yesterday to allow a school district to have the option to appoint a non-voting student member. I want to thank 14-year-old Ian of Austin for bringing this bill forward, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2647. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 123 ayes, 17 nays, HB 2647 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1613. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1613 by Shine relating to the provision of state aid to certain local governments to offset the cost of the exemption from ad valorem taxation of the residence homestead of 100% or totally disabled veteran.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shine to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you, members, for supporting our military communities. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1613. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shine voting aye. Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes and 9 nays, HB 1613 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3757. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3757 by Wilson relating to the authority of a taxing unit other than a school district, county, municipality, or junior college district to establish a limitation on the amount of ad valorem taxes that the taxing unit may impose on the residence homesteads of individuals who are disabled or elderly and their surviving spouses, and to the information required to be included in a tax bill.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3757 chooses to grant a tax freeze to our senior citizens who are 65 years and older. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3757. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 131 ayes and 14 nays. HB 3757 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 118. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 118 by Cortez relating to health benefit plan coverage for certain tests to detect prostate cancer.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that helps early detection and lower prostate cancer deaths in men. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 118. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 94 ayes and 52 nays, HB 118 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4837. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4837 by Lopez of Vera relating to a veteran housing program established by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Vera to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, House Bill 4837 supports veteran housing, which was passed yesterday. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4837. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lopez of Vera voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 101 ayes and 45 nays. HB 4837 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1338. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1338 by Rainey relating to the participation of community-based organizations and workforce training programs funded by the Skills Development Fund.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rainey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would permit community-based organizations
filed in the chapter of 501c3 charitable organizations to work directly with the Texas Workforce Commission to ensure small businesses have access to skills development funds supporting workforce training. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1338. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Rainey voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 20 nays, HB 1338 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 940. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 940 by Dutton relating to the establishment of the Private Child Care Task Force.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill simply creates a study where the task force is going to make recommendations back to the legislature about what needs, if there are any, regarding the availability and affordability of child care. That's all it does. It doesn't cost any money. The task force is going to be made up of 3 representatives and 3 senators, and so I move passage, Mr. Speaker.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 940. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 90 ayes, 54 nays. HB 940 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 322. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 322 by Cortez relating to certain evidentiary presumptions and burdens of proof in determining a defendant's incompetency to stand trial or defendant's insanity in a criminal case.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3022 will remove prior assumption of insanity for future cases. I want to thank my colleagues for working with me. I do have a friendly amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gomez.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gomez to explain the bill, the
Thank
amendment.
you, Mr. Speaker, members. This is a friendly amendment after really appreciating you entertaining the discussion on this matter. And I do believe it's acceptable just to ensure we don't disturb the presumption and the burden of proof in these cases. Thank you.
Ms. Gomez sends up amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The altered objection to the adoption amendment. Chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Cortez to close on the bill.
I move passage.
The question comes to final passage of HB 322. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes and 30 nays, HB 322 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2726. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2726 by Click relating to the practice of nursing, including disciplinary procedures of the Texas Board of Nursing, authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Ms. Click to explain the bill.
Members, this ensures fair and consistent disciplinary procedures at the Board of Nursing. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2726. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Click voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 3 nays, HB 2726 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 997. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 997 by Munoz Jr. relating to the authority of a municipality to prohibit police or fire department employees from circulating or signing certain employee petitions.
The chair recognizes Mr. Munoz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Remember, this allows a police officer to circulate petition and collect signatures for an initiative. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 997. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Munoz voting aye. Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 105 ayes, 38 nays. HB 997 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1678. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1678 by Jatan relating to a local remote learning program offered by a public school for certain students at risk of dropping out of school.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1678 establishes a local remote learning program offered by public school for certain students at risk of dropping out of school.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for some questions, some friendly questions?
Would the gentleman yield for some friendly questions?
Yes.
He yields.
I feel like I have to explain myself before I start speaking in the back mic. Representative Jatan, this bill that you filed did have some concerns, but I heard that you did work to remedy that. Is that accurate?
That sounds accurate, yes.
Yes? Can you talk to me about why this bill is important to you and to public education as a whole?
Sure. So this was actually brought to us by our superintendent for Lamar Consolidated ISD. They have implemented a great program over the last couple of years to help those students that are most likely to drop out to be able to continue their education through a virtual program.
And this bill would not prohibit a student or a student of a district or a charter school to not being able to enroll in the state virtual school network. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1678. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Dr. Stuckey voting aye. Mr. Chatan voting aye. Ms. Thury voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes and 3 nays, HB 1678 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 993. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 993 by Munoz Jr. relating to Sheriff's Department civil service systems in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Munoz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this gives an option to appeal the independent hearing examiner decision with civil service.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I will.
You know that the Texas State Sheriff's Association opposes your bill.
Okay.
And then it creates an additional appeal. Which, no, I mean, look at if you're pro-union you're going to love this bill. If you're not for unions, this creates additional provisions that makes it difficult.
Actually, Mr. Toth, it's not a union bill at all.
Well, that's
What
the way
it's
the
doing-
Texas Sheriff's Association views it.
Well, I would respectfully disagree with the way
But
they're
thank you.
viewing it. And also, too, next time if they want to testify against the bill, maybe they should show up.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Are you aware that CLEAT supports your bill?
Yes, sir. And also
Okay, and they
TMPA.
are the largest law enforcement group in this capital, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage. This only creates an option to appeal a civil service decision for police officers. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 993. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Munoz voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 73 ayes and 71 nays, HB 993 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1282. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1282 by PLISA relating to county jailer training on interacting with veterans in the criminal justice system.
The chair recognizes Ms. Plisa to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill is a bill we heard yesterday and was passed out of the House. This basically will get some training for our jailers. It is supported by the Texas Sheriff's Association and our veterans of foreign wars. I'd like to thank my joint authors, and I move passage.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield?
She has moved passage, Mr. Toth.
It's not
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1282. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 81 ayes and 62 nays, HB 1282 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1487. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1487 by Gerties relating to the creation of a rural county law enforcement grant program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain the bill.
This bill helps our rural county law enforcement. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1487. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gerdes voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes and 1 nay, HB 1487 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1577. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1577 by Hull relating to changing the eligibility for mandatory supervision of an inmate serving a sentence for or previously convicted of certain assaults.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill gives discretion in setting the review timeline for assault family violence offenses so that victims don't have to testify at annual parole reviews. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1577. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 119 ayes and 23 nays. HB 1577 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1667. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1667 by Jatan relating to the reporting of child abuse or neglect.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1667
Mr.
deals
Speaker?
with reporting.
Ms. Johnson, for what purpose?
I just want to, I don't want to bother your layout, but I do want to ask you a couple questions.
Sure.
So, whenever you're ready to yield.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Jatan, I just want to ask you a couple questions. Is this the bill that would eliminate anonymous reporting of child support?
It would eliminate. Short answer is no. If an anonymous report is still given, then a preliminary report is done or investigation is done, and so a report can still be made anonymously.
So, can you describe? Because I do think the ability to provide an anonymous report of child abuse is very important for the protection of our children in this state. Because some people may not report if they feel they're going to be dragged into an investigation, and we want everyone to be incentivized. So can you please explain to the body the current status of anonymous reporting and what is involved with that, and how your bill will affect that and make it different?
Sure. The primary thing that we're trying to fix in the bill is, so when a report is given right now, anonymous or not anonymous, a full investigation has to occur, which can be pretty lengthy and invasive. The idea is through...
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, I'm having a hard time hearing.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
So by breaking out anonymous investigations or reporting versus ones where there is information given, and allowing those investigations to full investigations occur whenever there's all the information is given on it from an individual that's reporting it.
And what does it mean, all information given?
Well, I think contact information. We should know who's reporting the.
So it's no longer anonymous.
They are encouraged to collect that information. If a anonymous report is given and someone calls, reports that there is abuse occurring, and then hangs up, then a preliminary investigation still occurs.
And right now, how much of a percentage of investigations are done by anonymous reporting?
I don't have that information. Not advised.
Well, it came through in our committee, and I don't remember exactly, but I remember from our committee process that it was a significant amount. And so I'm very concerned that what your bill does is basically say, now anybody could call and say, hey, I see something going wrong over here. I'm suspecting some abuse. I see this parent, beating the crap out of their kid in the grocery store aisle. I don't, whatever. I'm going to call and make a report because what I'm seeing here is not okay. But so from what I understand about what your bill does is if they don't then provide all of their contact information, and then that report isn't fully followed up on or isn't given the same weight as a report where they do provide all their information. Is that correct?
There is a difference between a preliminary investigation and a full investigation, yes.
And what is the difference between a preliminary investigation and a full investigation?
I don't have the breakdown of what it would look like for an investigator to show up or look at a preliminary, but it would be, I'm sure it is contact with the individuals being alleged.
It seems to me like there's some concern that what this bill is going to do is really diminish or disincentivize people from making anonymous reports. Is that one of your objectives?
More importantly, I think it will disincentivize false reporting and allow for those actual cases, because we know that we're getting inundated of reports. We want to make sure that those reports that people are willing to put their names down on are getting the due diligence they need to make sure that we're stopping actual abuse and neglect that's occurring in people's homes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Collier, for
Will the
purpose?
gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Jatan, I just want to make sure that I have an understanding. I want to follow up on Rep. Johnson's questions to you about whether someone can make an anonymous report, because yesterday there was an amendment put on by Representative Swanson, and it seemed like it was a contingency type of amendment that said, in the event that HB 63 passes, the provisions in your bill are what? Does her bill supersede your bill according to that amendment?
On certain reports, then yes, it is, because the body had approved that, voted that bill out of here, almost 100 votes. That reporting part of it would supersede what's in the bill currently, yes.
Okay, so I read I went back and looked at parts of her bill, HB 63, and she did have a section about not allowing anonymous reporting. And so my concern is now your bill prohibits or prevents anonymous reporting if her bill passes in the Senate. And
I don't. So I'm not fully aware of what's in her bill. I can tell you that the intentions of this bill was to ensure that anonymous, if someone did call in an allegation of something happening and then the call was not completed for whatever reason or they did not get all the information, it ended up being anonymous, then there would still be a preliminary investigation.
However, if her amendment is now on your bill, and her bill has a section that says that prevents anonymous reporting, and so now I'm concerned your bill will prevent anonymous reporting. So whichever one. And so is this something that you would be willing to take a pause and look at? Because it's very important that we maintain that ability in Texas.
So it's still my understanding that if there's an accusation of child abuse or neglect, that there would still be some sort of investigation that occurs on it.
Okay,
That's my understanding of the bill and the amendments.
But that doesn't say whether it can be anonymous reporting. I understand that there should be an investigation. Absolutely agree. But can someone make an anonymous report now that Representative Swanson's amendment got onto your bill?
I'm not advised.
Well, would you be willing to remove that amendment from your bill? Because if you go back and look at the amendment, her amendment, she clearly references HB 63. And if that's something that you can look at.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jatan for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1667 until 1 p.m.
Members of the motion objecting, chair has done so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on County Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 1:30 p.m. in room 1W.14, the Agriculture Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members of the motion objecting, chair has done so ordered. The following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on County Affairs will meet today at 1:30 p.m. in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair lays out on third reading HB 1990. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1990 by Wu, relating to requiring the Department of Family and Protective Services to notify certain individuals of changes to child abuse and neglect investigation reports.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a very simple CPS bill. It just says that if CPS later on, after they've already submitted their report, goes back and makes changes and alters substantial facts, that they should notify everyone involved in the case. Move passage.
The question occurs to final passage of HB 1990. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wu voting aye. Ms. Collier voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 80 ayes and 63 nays, HB 1990 is finally passed. Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
Next person.
The chair lays out on third reading HB 1367. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1367 by the suit relating to the violation of certain laws and provisions of a governing instruments by and the recall by property owners of a property owners association board member.
The chair recognizes Mr. Pursuit to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield for questions.
Thank
Gentleman
you.
yields for questions.
Just a quick question. You have a 20% threshold that was for the number of property owners that could petition for a recall of an HOA board member.
Yes, ma'am.
It was posed to me and I didn't have an answer, so I guess I'll ask you. How did you arrive at the number or that threshold of 20%?
That's just a number we thought would be a sizable enough number that it wouldn't happen too often, but a number that could be achieved if you had a particularly egregious action taken by a board member that would motivate people to want to remove them.
Okay. Well, I'm not a member. I've never been an HOA member or whatever, but are they usually very large groups? Is it hard to get?
They vary wildly. I know of some HOAs that are maybe 20 houses. I know of some HOAs that represent thousands of homes. It's just very different all over the state.
Okay, but the person that's being recalled would have due process. You'd have to have they would have to have a meeting and they'd have to discuss the alleged violations and all that good stuff. So
yes, ma'am.
Enough protections.
Absolutely. They'd have to go to a board meeting and have an opportunity to be heard and before any action could be taken by the board.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
As you know, this provides a mechanism for HOA members to remove a board member who violates the law. It passed unanimously out of the House last session. Let's ring the bell and find out what happens this time. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1367. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Pursuit voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 127 ayes and 13 nays, HB 1367 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2266. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2266 by Leach relating to judicial review of certain local laws applicable to state license holders.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about judicial review of local laws. I believe there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Appreciate Mr. Leach working with me on this. So the bill itself is about state license holders and whether and to what extent local municipalities can put standards on top of them that exceed the license, the state license has been issued to them. In concept, I understand the philosophy. What this amendment would do is say that if that license holder is an employee of the municipality, then the provisions of this bill wouldn't apply.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield.
Yes.
He does yield.
Representative Moody, can you explain why your amendment is important to be put on this bill?
So the state issues licenses across the board for various things. I mean, a laundry list too long to go through at this point, but the carve out. Mr. Leach did want me to list them one by one, but I told him I don't want to do that. The carve out here is these are people that are directly accountable as employees to the municipality. And so we don't want to trip up an employer-employee relationship. The fact there's a state license involved, that's separate and apart from the employer-employee relationship. And so, I think this is a fair balance. The vast majority of those folks that have the state licenses and aren't employed by a governmental entity, the bill's going to still apply to them in that way. But this I think is a sensible carve out for the legislation.
And what are the implications if we don't add your amendment on?
I think we'd be unnecessarily stepping into the employer-employee relationship in these situations, and I don't think that's probably the intent of the legislation. And so this is, like I said, I think is a sensible way to kind of carve out a population of employees that shouldn't be subject to the provisions of the bill.
Well, thank you. I think you have a really strong and important amendment. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much. I believe the amendment is acceptable, and I move adoption.
Mr. Moody sends up the amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill. Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman
yield
some
for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand the bill. It seems like it's a local preemption bill, and so I just want to understand what you're trying to do here. Section 1 says this act may be cited as the regulate. It's really loud.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Thank you. Section 1 says this act may be cited as the regulations with economic impact in need of scrutiny, RAINS Act. Can you give me an example of that?
Well, I think Chairman Moody just put it really well. Generally, there's many examples of where a municipality may require more of a state license holder than the state actually requires. So state license holder is complying with state mandated regulations, licensing requirements, and the city might go further than that. And all this allows, it doesn't automatically declare those restrictions void. All this allows is the state license holder to challenge it via judicial remedy. That's all it is. It's just an extra layer of review of the licensing requirement.
I guess I'm just curious what kind of license holders, and I know Representative Moody said there are a lot. I'm a license holder. I have a real estate license. I'm not sure what this bill is intended. Is there a specific
Okay, well, let's take, that's a good example. Let's take your example of a real estate license holder. So you have your real estate license, you're complying with, as you're legally required to do, all of the state mandated licensing requirements, all of the things that we as a state have said we're going to require of our realtors. If the city of Austin or any other city in which you wanted to sell real estate required more than that of you, so let's say they mandated your registration, and let's say you wanted to buy or sell a property on behalf of a client in, let's say, Lubbock County, okay? Somewhere where you traditionally don't practice. And in order to do so, Lubbock County said you have to pay this exorbitant fee in order to be able to do so. Or you have to perform these additional requirements that are not otherwise provided or required by the state. Well, then you as the license holder would be able to challenge that with a potential judicial remedy as unreasonable and even unconstitutional and unlawful under state law.
So you're saying that this law would allow you to challenge it, whereas currently someone could not challenge that?
I think that's questioned. In some cases, you might be able to, but what this law would allow to do or would provide is a license holder being able to bring an action to enjoin the enforcement of a local law that regulates the occupation or the license holder's business activity. And so you could, in that situation, if you felt like it was unlawfully regulating you or preventing you from performing your business activity as a realtor in your example, then yes, you could bring a civil action, a cause of action in court right now to seek judicial an enjoining of that action. Well,
again, I'm just not understanding where this would be relevant. As a license holder, the state dictates...
I just gave you a perfect example of how it could affect you in your course of business.
But the city of Austin or Travis County haven't ever done anything to enhance our requirements above this.
And if they ever did, or if any county or any city in the state ever did, you would have this additional tool. All Texans would have this additional tool in the toolbox to challenge it. And that's what this bill provides Texans, is that additional layer of protection.
I guess I just don't see that it would ever be relevant to my license as a real estate license. I just don't see a city coming in and say, we want to have extra criteria that you have to meet in order...
I hope you're right. I was just using that as an example because you mentioned you're a realtor.
Right. So I was hoping that maybe you could give me an example where it is relevant.
Well, it is relevant in your case. Can you point to a city or a county? Can I point to a city or county right now that has restricted realtors' ability to practice their business? No, I cannot. Could that happen in the future? It might. What this would do, and there are other bills this session which we've debated vigorously on this floor that would preempt those laws. It would render those laws void. But in a situation in which that bill did not work, or if that bill doesn't pass, and there is a local law that a license holder, whether it's a realtor, a plumber, or someone else, a license holder says, hold on, I'm complying with all of the state restrictions, all of the state requirements. I'm doing everything that I need to do that the state has told me to do. And this county, this city, I feel like is going further than state law allows. Then this would simply allow them another tool in the toolbox to challenge the enforceability of that local regulation.
Okay, so
and the courts and Representative Goodwin, to be clear, the courts may decide one way or another on this. This simply provides a forum for, if I feel like my license, like my rights to practice my business activity are being violated, then I could go to a court and ask them just simply review the facts and review the law and make a determination. I trust our courts to decide in those instances.
All right, well, it's a little bit clearer. I still don't see the need for the law, but I appreciate you answering my questions.
Okay, well, I'm glad it's a little bit clearer. Members, with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on final pass of HB 2266. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Goodwin voting nay, Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Ms. Theory voting nay. Show Ms. Schofield voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 52 nays, HB 2266 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2702. The clerk read the bill.
HB 2702 by Guillen relating to payments associated with certain medical examinations under the workers' compensation system imposing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill reinstates the no-show payment for designated doctors and move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 2702. This record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? All members voted. There have been 135 ayes and 11 nays. HB 2702 is finally passed. The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to recommit Senate Bill 1449 to the Committee on County Affairs.
Members of the motion, objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3862. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3862 by Goldman relating to information on the transfer of license plates included in applications for title and registration of a motor vehicle.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to thank Mr. Leach for laying this bill out yesterday on license plate transfer forms. Unfortunately, he did such a horrible job that I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goldman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment changes the word from must to shall, and it's acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Goldman sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3862. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 145 ayes and 1 nay. HB 3862 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3810. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3810 by Landgraf relating to certain notices provided to the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality by Public Water Supply Systems.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that helps improve the notification process to TCEQ for water system problems. Includes amended language from yesterday.
Mrs. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I'd be happy to.
Gentleman yield.
Representative Landgraf, thank you for this bill. Can you talk to me a little bit? Can you talk a little bit about the origins of this bill and why it's important to you?
Sure. So this is so we have a number of issues with water infrastructure throughout the state, especially on the municipal level. TCEQ is notified if there are any issues with public water systems that could lead to a boil water notice, for example, and it would be beneficial for TCEQ and the Texas Division of Emergency Management to have as much advance notice of those issues as possible. And so this helps improve that. So if there's a situation that is likely to lead to a boil water notice, the public water systems under this bill would provide notification to TCEQ so that they can begin to take whatever action is necessary under those circumstances.
I think that is extremely important, and I'm really glad that your bill encourages TCEQ to work with TDEM. And wouldn't you agree that TDEM is one of our most outstanding agencies?
I would have to agree.
Thank you, Representative Landgraf.
Thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3810. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes and 0 nays. HB 3810 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3949. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3949 by Rainey, relating to arbitration of certain controversies involving members of certain nonprofit entities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Rainey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, nonprofits who are designated as 501c3s can enter into arbitration within its membership. The arbitration provision does not apply to certain nonprofits. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3949. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Rainey voting aye. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes and 1 nay. HB 3949 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3346. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3346 by Jones of Harris, relating to the administration of medication to certain persons in the custody of a sheriff.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 3346 is a bill that passed yesterday that continues psych meds in county jails to maintain restored competency, which will ease jail overcrowding, cut back the court backlog, and save taxpayers money, and law enforcement supports it. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3346. This is the record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 87 ayes, 52 nays. HB 3346 is finally passed. Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
I move that we reduce to writing the conversation between myself and Representative Leach on House Bill 2266 and place in the journal.
Members heard the motion to object and chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3603. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3603 by Anderson, relating to the payment of restitution by a person released on parole or to mandatory supervision.
The chair recognizes Dr. Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Members, this bill has to do with the Restitution to Crimes Victim Fund and simplifying record keeping. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3603. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Dr. Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 140 ayes, 5 nays. HB 3603 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3452. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3452 by Jatan, relating to complaints submitted to and sanctions issued by the State Commission on Judicial Conduct.
The chair recognizes Ms. Slauson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Rep. Jatan's bill to ensure there's adequate and timely accountability for judges that are sanctioned by the State Commission on Judicial Conduct. Move passage.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
If the gentlelady would yield for a few questions.
The gentlelady yield for a few questions.
I'll yield to the extent I can, yes.
I understand. Representative, I just want to clarify. This bill, if it passes, we'd be suspending judges without pay. Is that correct?
No, Representative Busey. Absolutely not.
It's not?
Suspending all our judges without pay?
No. Judges that are being investigated. There's complaints filed, so then they would be suspended without pay?
That I'm not advised.
Okay. Do you have does the bill lay, I understand this is Representative Jatan's bill. Does the bill layout have the proceedings for which someone could be suspended?
It is Jatons bill. Just a moment, please, Representative.
Not her bill. Yeah.
Representative, we're looking at page 2, section 33.037, section B. Is that where you're questioning?
Yeah, just trying to figure out if they're being investigated, we do suspension without pay. What are the criteria that could get them suspended? What if they're, nothing comes of the investigation? Will they get their payment back? Will we take care of these judges? Just want to make sure we're not getting innocent people.
I don't believe so, Representative. If we look at Section A, it's referencing a judge convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving official misconduct who's appealing the conviction.
Okay. But if it doesn't amount to anything later, we'll make sure we take care of back pay. This won't infringe on that. Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
The gentlelady will yield for questions.
There's the gentlelady yield for questions.
In just one moment, Representative.
Take your time, Representative.
The chair recognizes Ms. Slauson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3452 until 4 p.m. today.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3009. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3009 by Van Dever relating to the healthcare providers authorized to examine a person to determine whether the person is incapacitated for purposes of certain guardianship proceedings.
The chair recognizes Mr. Van Dever to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill provides families with options. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3009. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Van Dever voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 2 nays, HB 3009 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3220. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3220 by Garcia relating to an assessment on the use of surplus government property to provide housing to homeless veterans.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3220 will create a study to fight veteran homelessness. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3220. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 89 ayes and 55 nays. HB 3220 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 895. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 895 by Munoz Jr. relating to the use of extrapolation by a health maintenance organization or insurer to audit claims.
Verification. Yep. The chair recommends Mr. Munoz to explain the bill.
Thank you. Just as it allows due process for HMOs audit claims. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 895. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Collier voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 89 ayes, 52 nays, HB 895 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 408. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 408 by Collier relating to the eligibility requirements for a license to carry a handgun.
The chair recognizes Ms. Collier to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this deals with the license to carry program.
Mr. Jones, for what purpose?
Well, gentlelady, I yield for questions.
The gentlelady yield for questions.
Yes.
She yields.
Thank you, Representative Collier. Could you just please share who brought you this bill?
My Justice of the Peace.
Justice of the Peace, okay.
Court.
And what type of offenses will be removed from the provision of making a person ineligible for obtaining a handgun license?
You said eligible for?
Ineligible, I'm sorry.
Oh, ineligible for.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you have an aggravated, we don't change who's ineligible. So aggravated robbery would still be ineligible. First degree burglary, still ineligible. All we're doing is redefining how convicted, the word convicted is interpreted when you're talking about a deferred adjudication for those who have a non-aggravated robbery or burglary of a habitat. And those individuals who successfully complete the deferred adjudication after 10 years of good behavior and no disqualifying behavior would be eligible to apply for a license to carry, which would enable them to look for work that requires that type of license.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And for us that doesn't work in the legal field like yourself, could you explain what deferred adjudication is?
Sure, it's a court-ordered program. It's something that the court can order based on your type of offense, and if the court sees fit, they can allow you to enter into a deferred adjudication where there's no adjudication, meaning no decision of guilt or innocence on a particular offense if you complete certain conditions and terms as set out by the court. And if you do that in the Texas Penal Code, your deferred adjudication, if you successfully complete all of the terms and conditions, you do not have a final conviction. However, what we're trying to fix is the local government code, which interprets a deferred adjudication for the offense of non-aggravated robbery and burglary of a habitat as a conviction, even though the person completed all of the terms. And so we're just trying to fix that and make sure that we have parity in the law and to provide this opportunity for those individuals after 10 years of good behavior, no disqualifying behavior, the ability to apply. Again, DPS still makes the final decision, but we're just removing that barrier to applying for a license to carry. Because remember, these individuals that we're applying this to currently can carry under constitutional carry, but they cannot apply for a license to carry, which is a barrier to employment. And we want to make sure that these individuals can have access to their future.
Thank you very much. And I have one more question. What groups are in support of this bill that you're proposing?
Did you say against support?
No, four.
My constituent.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, ma'am. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Move passage, I'm sorry. Thank you.
The question occurs the final passage of HB 408. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Collier voting aye. Mr. Schaefer voting aye. Ms. Isaac voting aye. Ms. Bowers voting aye. Ms. Thury voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 141 ayes and 5 nays. HB 408 is finally passed. Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I request to have the conversation between Representative Collier and Representative Jones on HB 408 placed and reduced to writing in the journal, please.
Members are the motions objecting. The chair has done this order. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1351. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1351 by Hernandez relating to the distribution of funds designated for the Low-Income Vehicle Repair Assistance Retrofit and Accelerated Vehicle Retirement Program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill seeks to distribute funds back to counties that have voluntarily participated in the LIRAP program. LIRAP is an air quality improvement program overseen by TCEQ. The program was self-funded through a $2 to $6 surcharge added to each vehicle emission inspection in participating counties. Currently, LIRAP still exists in statute, but the funds have not been distributed since 2018. As a result, counties have ended the program in the collection of the surcharge. This bill would require the TCEQ to return the fees collected for the LIRAP back to the participating counties to fund eligible air quality initiatives, and these funds could also be used to help law enforcement combat fraudulent temporary tags. I move passage.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields.
I'm sure as you've been working through this piece of legislation, Representative Hernandez, you have heard about how this would impact families specifically. Can you tell about what this would really mean to the people of Texas to pass your bill today?
Right. This is about transparency. This is a fee that was collected for an intended purpose, and those dollars are no longer being used for that purpose, so they should go back to the counties that collected them.
I really appreciate you trying to make sure that we are being being very transparent in our government. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1351. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hernandez voting aye. Have all members voted? Leaving 112 ayes and 34 nays, HB 1351 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1529. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1529 by Campos, relating to procedures in certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship, filed by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill introduces a court requirement to ensure DFPS investigators notify individuals of their rights to record interviews and request administrative reviews. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1529. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Campos voting aye. Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 97 ayes and 48 nays, HB 1529 is finally passed. The chair lays down third reading HB 1985. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1985 by Vasu, relating to the service credit used in calculating longevity pay for certain judges and justices with prior full-time service as an associate judge.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasu to explain the bill.
Allows the district judge's prior time serving as an associate judge of a district court full-time to count towards salary enhancement.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for some questions.
Would the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Vasu. I just want to clarify, this pertains strictly to associate judges, is that right?
So the prior credit that would count as contributing service credit would be service as a full-time associate judge of a district court.
Credit based on...
Or statutory county court or multi-district statutory county court.
Right. Service credit based on previous service as a judge in a different capacity?
Correct. So for example, if you are a county court at law judge and then you become a district judge, your prior service counts. But if you're an associate judge, even though you're full-time, you're a licensed attorney, you're doing functionally very similar duties, that service does not count, and this ensures that it's treated with parity.
Okay, got it. And because this bill contains the words judges, salary, service credits, etc., just to clarify, this legislation in no way affects retirement for the elected class.
Absolutely
outside
not.
of the judiciary.
It does not.
That's right. I know we had a discussion earlier this week, I think, on one of Chairman Leach's bills. I just wanted to clarify that was the same situation with this legislation.
Very, very true. Thank you for that, Representative. It does not impact the elected class retirement in any way.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Would gentleman yield just for a question?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Gladly.
Representative Vasu, so just to clarify, the associate judge is the one that's appointed by usually a district judge to administer justice in conjunction with the state district judge. And what you're doing is trying to combine the service of the associate judge, should they move on, to get promoted. Is that the way I understand it?
Exactly. Many of our large counties have associate judges in their courts. They may serve for an extended period of time functionally as a judge, and then they may get elected to a district judge position, and then, you know, they've been a judge for all intents and purposes for 10 years, but that prior time wouldn't count unless we had this bill.
Right, because the associate judge is not elected like the district judge or the county court at law judge.
While not elected, performing functionally
Correct.
similar duties, if not the same in many cases.
Right, because they're hearing motions and hearings and having their own docket as well. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Johnson, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Would the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman
Yes.
yields.
And thank you, Representative Vasu. Just to clarify, I know for purposes of visiting judge positions after a judge retires as a senior district court judge who's able to be assigned to visit. I know that typically you want 8 years on the bench so that that person can effectively remain as a retired judge and can work in courts. Is your bill addressing just the retirement question with regard to benefits, or would it also apply to that 8 years for purposes of being able to visit and be assigned by the administrative judge to sit on a bench when somebody else goes on vacations and things of that sort?
Very good question. This doesn't deal with the visiting judge provisions at all. This is solely based off of salary. So I give you a hypothetical. You have a district judge who's elected who previously was a statutory county court at law judge for 8 years. So they would have a higher level of salary as a district judge than somebody who was previously for 8 years and a full-time associate judge. And so this is just treating those two judges the same for the contributing service credit for their salary enhancements.
So similar if somebody were employed at either the public defender's office or the DA's office, they're drawing county, and then they become a judge in the same way that you can buy that time. You're just making sure that the associate judge can do the same because typically they're under the county employment.
Maybe not an apples to apples comparison, but a similar concept.
Yeah. And so Representative Canales and I were saying the same thing, which is if you're employed under the county, you get county retirement benefits, and then you get state retirement benefits. What you're doing is just, it sounds to me, having the associate judge position be in the same position that I was as a DA, that I could buy in my state and my county time together.
I don't want to say 100%. I think that is right. We had a different bill earlier that was talking about DA time being credited. I forget the bill number, but we had a similar bill on that front. But this is just to ensure that prior service as a full-time associate judge, when you're functionally a judge, is treated the same for parity purposes for salary enhancements.
Thank you for paying attention to the issue. I think it's a great thing that you're doing to take care of those associate judges. They're a really important part of all of our justice systems and often go neglected and not thought about. So thank you for doing it.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Representative. Move passage.
The question occurs in final passage of HB 1985. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 140 ayes and 0 nays. HB 1985 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2327. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2327 by Goldman, relating to an exemption to the renewal requirement for agriculture and timber tax exemption registration numbers issued to or held by persons who are at least 65 years of age.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is about ag exemption. I do have a GO.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goldman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment changes the date, and it's acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Goldman sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author to objection to the adopted amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to close the bill. Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I'll yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Goldman. Representative Goldman, do you agree that the agricultural community and industry is extremely important to the Texas economy?
Of course.
And do you happen to know how much the timber industry brings to the Texas economy?
I do.
How much?
A lot.
And because these are vital industries to our state's economy, and not only to our economy, but our culture and the way of life, this bill is extremely important to make sure that we are not creating any bureaucratic measures. Is that accurate?
That is the whole point. There's way too much bureaucracy and things like this, especially for our elders over 65.
And so you just want to make sure that the state of Texas is being responsible, taking care of older adults, and taking care of our agriculture and timber industry. Is that
Absolutely.
accurate? I really support your bill, and thank you so much for caring about the ag.
Thank you so much for saying so. Move passage.
Mr. Lozano, for what purpose?
The gentleman, for a quick question.
The gentleman yield for a quick question.
Quick question.
Chairman Goldman, I'm going to ask you a question that I know every member in this chamber would like to ask. Yes, sir. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
What's the answer? Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2327. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 1 nay, HB 2327 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2019. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2019 by Niavi Criado relating to the statute of limitations for certain burglary offenses.
The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, this legislation, as this body knows, throughout the past multiple sessions, we have done a lot of work to address the rape kit backlog. And since we have allocated so much money and rape kit DNA tests are finally being tested, DAs are now solving cold cases. And what they're discovering in the solving of our cold cases is statute of limitations have passed. So this legislation is intended to address specific instances. It's narrowly tailored where there are burglary of habitation with intent to commit a sexual assault.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Ramos, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
She yields.
Chair Niavid, removing the statute of limitations, what is the current statute of limitations?
The current statute of limitations specifically for burglary of habitation with the intent to commit a sexual assault or burglary of habitation with intent to commit aggravated sexual assault, which is rape, is 5 years. So if somebody goes into a house, breaks a window, similar to the situation with Lavinia Masters, that's a really short, but we've had thousands of rape kits that have been untested for years. We're finally getting those tested, but that's why we need this bill, because that 5 years is they can no longer be prosecuted for these specific crimes.
There was an article, and you were on the forefront of securing funds or ensuring that there was appropriated funds for testing the backlog. There was an article, I want to say a couple of years ago, that a lot of the kits were not being tested, or a lot of the DNA was not being tested. Was part of that, if I recall correctly, it was not funding that was missing, but for whatever reason, counties were not able to take advantage of that. Would this help address some of those concerns?
Yes, and I will say it was a bipartisan basis. There were lots of members here who supported the Lavinia Masters Act. I know there are several representatives. Representative Howard's been working on this issue. We've had Representative Leach, Representative Button, others who have supported the efforts. Appropriations allocated $50 million in the 2019 session tied to House Bill 8 that I filed in 2019. It was omnibus legislation to get these kits tested because survivors had been waiting for justice for years. So now, and I will say good news from that, we learned that as of December, one of our rape kit backlogs in Texas has been completely eliminated. They have caught up. We still have some others, and I know that a lot of the local jurisdictions are working hard, but since they're now getting tested, DAs that are trying to prosecute these cold cases that they are finally getting the DNA tested, they're unable to prosecute for these specific crimes. So that's what this legislation does. It has, very specific, if there's been DNA collected, but it hasn't been tested, for example, that it gives prosecutors an opportunity to prosecute for this charge.
Well, I, as a mother of a daughter and in a college town, so many young ladies who are in these situations, I appreciate this legislation. I think it's positive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Jones of Harris, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some
Will
questions?
the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
She yields.
So, Representative Niave, I'm new here, and what people may not know is I'm a survivor of rape, and I'm a criminal defense lawyer, and back in the early 2000s, I helped shut down the HPD DNA crime lab because they were not testing properly. And so thank you for what you've done prior to me getting here related to helping get funds allocated to testing rape kits. I have a couple of questions about the bill. So the bill, does it toll the statute of limitations for burglary with intent to commit sexual assault or aggravated sexual assault if the I guess DNA was collected and it wasn't tested?
Yeah.
And it tolls it for how long?
So I want to start off by saying that I'm sorry that you had to go through that. I know that this is an issue that I'm really proud that our chamber has finally been or has been focusing on the past several sessions, because it's not easy, and we know that survivors have waited for years to get justice. This legislation changes to where there's no statute of limitations, only if, for those particular crimes, if during the investigation, and on page 2 of the bill, if during the investigation of the offense, biological matter is collected and the matter A has not yet been subjected to forensic DNA testing, or B has been subjected to forensic DNA testing, and the testing results show that the matter does not match the victim or any other person whose identity is readily ascertained. I have toured crime labs. I've worked closely with DPS. We have a local sexual violence task force that we created in House District 107, our district, where we brought together subject matter experts to look at this issue and have identified a lot of the solutions in our pieces of legislation that I've put forward before this body that I'm grateful that have been passed. So we're trying to take a really thoughtful approach to make sure that this issue is addressed, that in these specific circumstances, if DNA has been collected, and if you think about burglary, if somebody is burglarizing a home, going into a home with that intent to commit a rape or an aggravated sexual assault, these are first-degree felony cases, and we have the DNA, and we're not able to charge them with this first-degree felony case, then we need to give our prosecutors and law enforcement the tools that they need, and that's what this legislation does.
Well, thank you. I just want, so you cleared up my question, is that it will toll it until whenever?
Yes.
Because with first degrees, you're facing 5 to 99 years to life. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2019. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Niave Criado voting aye. Mr. Holland voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 2 nays, HB 2019 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2297. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2297 by Holland, relating to compensation and leave for certain peace officers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2297 achieves pay parity between TCOL officers at a rate consistent with their peers at other state agencies.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for some questions.
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd be happy to.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Holland. I noticed in the HRO that the San Antonio Police Officers Association testified in support of the bill. Is that your understanding?
It is my understanding.
Okay, and I was trying to, and Chair Goldman was wondering why didn't the Fort Worth Police Officers Association testify in favor of it? I'm kidding. I read the bill, and on the salary schedule, there was a reference to a salary based on that of an employee at the state auditor's office. I was just trying to understand that better.
I'm not advised on that. What I'll tell you, we're trying to do is, since 2016, 9 peace officers have voluntarily left TCOL, with 5 transferring to other state law enforcement agencies. And all 9 listed pay as their primary driver. You can actually be paid more working at other state agencies. Perhaps I would make an assertion that there might be a peace officer employed in this pay scale at the state auditor's office.
That makes sense, because you look at all the officer associations that testified in favor of it, and lots of good support for the bill. You look at the fiscal note; it's pretty small. So I'm just like, well, how many officers is this going to cover? So this is just a small group of officers at TCOL and that are leaving because we're not paying them enough.
That's right, and particularly the executive director level. If you've been in law enforcement for your entire life and you've worked 20 or 25 or 30 years, you would like to remain in the field and go work for the state agency that oversees law enforcement in this state, you actually have to take about a $30,000 pay cut to take that job.
Okay, well, this is making complete sense to me. So I think what the bill then, as I read it, is it in setting a commensurate salary, it's looking at a certain level of a state employee, and they will use that sort of as the baseline to increase the salary. So I think that's what it was doing.
Yes, sir.
And then in addition to that, there will also be, as their state employees, would they be eligible for other benefits like injury leave, or I saw that in the analysis?
It would be commensurate with the TCOL state agency current policies and procedures and practices.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. You got a good bill.
Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2297. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. Show Mr. Holland voting aye. Mr. Burns voting aye. Show Ms. Lawson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes and 1 nay. HB 2297 is finally passed. The chair lays out HB 1667 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1667 by Jatan relating to the reporting of child abuse or neglect.
The chair recognizes Ms. Lawson to explain the bill. For a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 1667 until 4 p.m. today.
Members heard the motion. Objecting, the chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2646. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2646 by Jay Johnson of Harris relating to the payment of certain fines and court costs by an inmate during a term of imprisonment or following release from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson of Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2646 is a move in the right direction to stop the recidivism rate from those that have to go back to prison for not being able to pay their fines and fees within the first 180 days. We're simply moving it from 30 to 180. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2646. This is a record vote. The clerk will read the bill. So Mr. Johnson of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 77 ayes and 63 nays. HB 2646 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 5081. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5081 by Wilson relating to certain motor vehicle safety inspection fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 5081 sets the portion of a car inspection fee that a licensed inspection station can keep to the hourly rate minimum of a Schedule A6 state employee.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, Ryan.
The gentleman yields.
Rep. Wilson, I had some constituents call asking questions about this legislation. The point of this legislation is to make sure that the vehicle inspection process is self-sustainable and that the shops who do this can actually hire enough people to make sure that that the service that the state requires actually gets done, correct?
That is correct. The state, the keywords, what the services the state requires, and a lot of them are getting out of doing that simply because it's unaffordable at this time, and it's creating long wait lines and so forth.
And so, I mean, if we don't have this piece of legislation, the easy answer is that our constituents would have to wait in long lines, would have to wait days, if not weeks, to get an appointment to get the vehicles done, correct?
Even worse, if you're in West Texas, have to drive 30 or so miles just to get to the next town to find a station to do it.
So, sort of the question that I have, that my constituents had, is that this ties the cost of this, the fee that's allowed to be retained by the shop, ties it to the state salary group A6. Is that correct?
It does. That is the lowest salary platform as you are a state employee.
So the question is, because A6 is a salary range and not a discrete amount, being the low end being $26,000 a year, the high end being $36,000 a year, what would the actually hourly rate be for this legislation?
No, sir, that's a good question. What we have with the range would be a $13.35 per hour wage.
And this exact fee, this exact amount would be decided by DPS, correct?
By who, sir?
I'm sorry. This exact amount would be decided by DPS as stated in your budget or in your bill.
Yes, sir. I think it's it's within the transportation code. So
the
Department of Public Safety.
Section 2, Department of Public Safety shall adopt it.
That's correct.
Correct.
Yes.
So, okay. What is the expected amount for 2024 if this legislation passes?
I would suspect that it would be, since there could potentially be a change as of 1 September, I would still see that it would still be $14 or less. But I would say that there is also an additional $5.50 that is collected on behalf of the state. But it would graduate the inspection stations going from $7 per inspection to somewhere $13.35 to around $14, I would suspect.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Wu?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce the writing or exchange on this legislation and place it in the journal for purposes of legislative intent.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted.
Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 5081. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 122 ayes and 13 nays, House Bill 5081 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3957. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3957 by Smith, relating to the establishment of rapid DNA analysis pilot program in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Representative Smith to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3957 creates a pilot program for rapid DNA testing. Using this vital technology, we'll build off of the current success we've seen when collecting DNA samples from individuals arrested for violent felonies, and I move passage.
Speaker.
Representative Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Gentleman, you have some questions?
Gentleman yield?
I sure do.
The gentleman
for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Goldman. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Chairman Smith. I was reading the analysis. I'm interested in this proposal. I know you're a practicing lawyer. Do you do any criminal defense work?
I do, yes.
Okay, and I want to talk to you from that perspective because I'm looking at this and trying to understand. And this is a pilot program to help do some advanced or rapid DNA testing?
That's correct.
And so how would that work? Is that just assistance, like more folks helping to analyze and process those swabs, or what are we talking about?
Actually, it's new technology. It's technology that currently is only available to 2 states. We would be in a process of trying to apply to get the technology, and then we would be able to use it in connection with a process that we've been using since 2001 to analyze DNA.
And this is just the swab, or is it for also blood DNA?
Right now, it would be just for the swab.
Just for the swab, okay. And with regard to cases. It doesn't have any impact on like chain of custody issues or toxicology issues that that may come up when folks are challenging those lab results?
Excellent question. No.
No. Okay.
Yep.
Now talk to me about the rollout, because I noticed that Bexar County is in the second tier, and it won't be part of the initial rollout, which begins in September of 23. I think it's El Paso County, Galveston County, Montgomery County, Tarrant County, and Travis counties. Is there any rhyme or reason to how the counties were selected?
Well, with regard to the first section of counties, I mean, clearly Tarrant's a large county, and Travis, but we were trying to pick out some more moderately sized counties, but at the same time would give us a good sample. And then as we got our legs in under us, we went to the larger counties.
Okay, great. And then in the following year of the biennium, we'll be rolling into Bexar County, Collin County, Dallas County, Harris County, and Hidalgo County. Does that sound right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I noticed that in the provision of the bill, it doesn't, I don't see that there was an appropriation, but I do see language that the department can go seek grants and gifts to make this happen. What's the intent? Do you know?
Well, there is a fiscal note.
Is there? I'm sorry. How much is it?
Yeah, let me check real quick.
I'm sorry. It is $16 million to the GR fund. Okay. I just wanted to make sure it is $16 million for the biennium. I wanted to make sure as we're rolling this out, it's obviously there's a commitment to make it happen, not whether or not we could raise money or pass the hat locally, see if we can get some match.
No, we'll have state funding for this.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's a good bill.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I move passage.
Representative Thompson of Harris, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Smith, if I'm understanding correctly, this is a pilot program for the benefit of the criminal law area, right?
Yes.
And this is not going to be utilized to determine whether or not a person should be denied insurance or anything like that?
Absolutely not, ma'am. No.
Okay.
This will be the DNA that's taken from a person accused of a crime at the time they're arrested or after they're convicted.
And none of the DNA would be utilized by insurance companies to deny benefits later on to persons?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Thompson.
May I have my remarks reduced to writing of the short dialogue I've had with Representative Smith, please, on the DNA testing pilot program?
Yes, ma'am. Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Representative Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Chair Smith, I think you have a wonderful bill because my county is included in the first round, and I really do appreciate that. Now, the DNA rapid tests, we definitely need this. Now, would these be used in DWI cases? I'm trying to figure out what type of cases would be ripe for this.
So right now, we're taking DNA, since 2019, we're taking DNA in connection with what you and I would refer to as 3G offenses on arrest.
Okay.
And so it would be for that. Then the state law provides that we take DNA upon conviction of certain felonies. So all it would be that DNA swabs taken for those circumstances.
In fact, I think that that's very good because once we have that, they're going to keep that in a record. And if something else happens later on, you'll be able to identify someone based on the DNA that was obtained earlier.
That's correct. And in fact, we've done that since 2019. We've had right at 1,600 hits from the DNA that we've taken, and most of those have been sexual assault of females.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. I appreciate you bringing this bill.
Yes, ma'am. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3957. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Smith voting aye. Show Representative Cook voting aye. Have all voted? There being 136 ayes and 5 nays, House Bill 3957 is finally passed. Chair lays that on third reading, House Bill 4550. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4540 by Longoria relating to certain benefits payable by the Judicial Retirement System of Texas Plan 1 and the Judicial Retirement System of Texas Plan 2.
The chair recognizes Representative Cook to explain House Bill 4540.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, House Bill 4540 would recalibrate annuities for retired state judges under judicial retirement systems 1 and 2 and connect such annuities to the pay of active judges. I want to make sure this clarification, this will neither increase nor in any way impact our legislative pay or retirement. And move passage.
Representative Johnson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I will.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, and I recognize you're laying this out for a different member, but I did want to highlight how awesome this legislation is for this body. Our retired judges do a valuable service in our state. And our retired judges are just like other employed, state employees who have not had a cost of living adjustment in a very, very, very long time. Do you know how the retirement is going to be adjusted under this new bill from the current system?
It's my understanding that currently under JRS 1, the benefits are based upon the sum being paid to a judge of a court of the same classification as the last court on which the retiree served. And then under 2, it's as the last court to which the retiree held judicial office. And this bill will merge those two so that they'll be treated similarly.
Right, and there's lots of legislation moving through this body that is going to start separating how the judges can get raised. We passed out of this House not too long ago a cost of living adjustment, I believe that Representative Schofield had, to where it would automatically increase. And so this bill will tie the retirement salaries and their retirement annuities to the escalating judicial pay as is ongoing. Is that correct?
To the active, yes, which hopefully will be escalating.
Hopefully this is something that we can take care of our judges and our retired judges on an ongoing basis systematically versus having to come back through and have legislation every single time providing them an adjusted to their cost of living. Is that right?
That is the objective.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 4540. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. You've all voted. Being 118 ayes and 20 nays, House Bill 4540 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2242. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2242 by Howard relating to the use of dynamic message signs for the Keep 'em Safe Texas gun storage campaign.
Chair recognizes Representative Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. House Bill 2242 calls for the use of the Texas Department of Transportation's dynamic message signs to be used to promote DPS's campaign for safe gun storage in vehicles. The FBI crime data shows that guns are stolen from vehicles that's the largest source of stolen firearms. In Houston, in 2022, there were 4,140 reported stolen firearms from vehicles. Austin Police Department said greater than 60% of firearms-related crimes involve stolen firearms. HPD actually said most of the crooks that are stealing firearms are reselling them. We're finding these guns in crimes everywhere, and they are urging safe storage. DPS has the Keep 'em Safe Texas campaign on safe storage, using this on TxDOT's dynamic messaging signs, the ones that are say click it or ticket. They'll just be using that to do Keep 'em Safe Texas, just to be reminding responsible gun owners to secure their firearms and prevent these thefts.
Representative Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for
Does
some
the
questions?
gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields.
Thank you, Representative Howard. I appreciate your work on this. I know last session you helped DPS start the campaign on safe storage. Will DPS be continuing that campaign, and this is in addition to?
Yes, they will indeed, and they have done a great job of putting together all kinds of billboards and pamphlets and teaching materials and just all kinds of messaging, just to remind responsible gun owners about safe storage of their firearms, to prevent accidents, to prevent thefts, to prevent their use in crimes. So it's been a great program, and this is just a continuation of that.
It is a really great program, and as you know, I helped you with some of the testimony last session because it's something that's near and dear to my heart. Many members have heard the story before, but there are some new members here who may not know the story, that my dad was shot and killed with a gun that was not safely stored in our home. It was our own family hunting rifle that shot and killed my dad during a break-in. And so I want to emphasize, as I know you do, how important this issue is. Sometimes education can make the difference. Sometimes education can save a life. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, and I would suggest that just about every gun owner wants to be a responsible gun owner, and sometimes they just need a reminder about making sure that it's stored appropriately and safely. So I think this is really just a positive campaign, actually, just to say, responsible gun owners, let's just make sure that you're storing them safely so that the tragedy that you unfortunately had to experience in your family and that others have had to experience, we can prevent some of those from happening.
So I know TxDOT does a lot of work around in the street trying to keep people safer on the highways. How will this work in conjunction with that?
Well, this is just simply the dynamic messaging that they have when you drive down the highway and you see those signs that say click it or ticket, that sort of thing. This would just be, they would work with DPS to create the signage that would be in sync with the Keep 'em Safe Texas campaign, whatever they come up with saying. And it would be done hopefully, in a way that would be eye-catching but not distracting. That's part of the goal with all of their signage that they do. We also have in place in this legislation an out for TxDOT in the event that this somehow does not qualify for their federal funding, which sometimes they dictate what can be used on those signs. So we've worked with them to make sure we have something in here that can be used without affecting funding, and hopefully will be used in a way in conjunction with DPS to have a good slogan that will roll off of people's tongues, that it will be just like click it or ticket. You get used to it, you expect it, it's something that you just kind of incorporate into your daily life, and just the constant reminder of it, keep us safe.
And I hope that all of the members will help spread the message in their districts too to keep families safe. Thank you so much for your legislation.
Thank you very much. Move passage.
Question occurs on final pass of House Bill 2242. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 89 ayes and 49 nays, House Bill 2242 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2476. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2476 by Garcia, relating to the adoption of a Veterans Land Bank program by the Texas State Affordable Housing Corporation.
Chair recognizes Representative Garcia to explain the bill.
Sorry, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 2476 would create a Veterans Land Bank to increase the supply and affordability of priced housing for our veterans while benefiting property tax revenues. This is a good bill that would ensure that our veterans have a plot of foreclosed lands. One thing that we know in all of our communities, foreclosures are on a rise. A lot of times these properties end up eyesores in our community. What this would do would allow these properties to be purchasable by an already existing land bank to help end some of our issues with our veterans who are experiencing housing issues, whether it's buying their own first houses or remaining from becoming homeless.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Lopez, for what purpose?
Would the gentlewoman entertain a couple of questions?
Does the lady yield for questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield for questions.
She yields.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And I just wanted to make sure that I understood what this program was doing. Is this working in Bexar County today?
Absolutely. The Veterans Land Bank, the land bank is something that already exists. And we actually have a wonderful situation where there was a foreclosed motel property. This foreclosed motel property contained 19 units. Now, before it was foreclosed on, this unit was an eyesore for the community. There was high crime. There was a lot of horrible things that were happening in the neighborhood with this unit. A corporation came in, and a nonprofit that deals with veteran homelessness and veterans addictions. They came in and purchased this plot of land, and now I'm proud to say that they have 19 individual single-room units for veterans who were previously impacted by the justice system or by substance abuse issues.
Yeah, I know that it's a great program, and I know that there's a significant impact on the homeless community. particularly veterans? Yeah, I know. I was just saying that I know that the homeless issue in Bexar County, as well as many other areas across the country, really is at an alarming rate. Do you see the number of homeless veterans increasing, decreasing? Is it a problem that you've noticed significantly in Bexar County?
It's definitely an issue that's increasing rapidly. Not only is it increasing in Bexar County, but it's also increasing Texas-wide. Texas has become the #1 destination for military members in this country. And with that, we also see some of these issues arise. One thing that I would like to impress on the body today is that there is actually no fiscal implications to the state for this project, this program. The land bank already exists. All this is doing is allowing us the opportunity to create a pocket specifically for veterans.
Representative Garcia, I respect you a lot. I respect you even more for what you're doing. Thank you so much. This is a fantastic bill.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2476. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Representative Garcia voting aye, Representative Wilson voting aye. Have all voted? 100 ayes and 39 nays. House Bill 2476 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2234. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2234 by Thompson of Harris, relating to certain policies and procedures for the placement and use of video cameras in certain classrooms, including classrooms that provide special education services.
Chair recognizes Representative Thompson of Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, before you cast your vote, I want to give you just a little bit of information about this bill. This is one of the bills that came from the recommendation from the governor's appointed State Special Education Advisory Committee and the Governor's Committee on People with Disabilities. As you may recall, the state of Texas has been written up for some time about the poor investment that we have had in special education. We've been severely criticized in that area. But if you look at that particular area of students, there's a subset of children that we call children with special needs. Many of these children have the ability to go to public schools or to charter schools. But when they go to these schools, they do not have the ability to articulate problems that they may encounter while they're in the classroom. During the time that Dan Patrick was a senator, he passed a bill to put cameras in the classroom, and I was honored that he asked me to carry the bill in the House. What this bill purports to do, about three things. Number one, it's going to help children who are defenseless, children with special needs, should they be treated and they should be treated with sensitivity in the classroom. Secondly, it's going to allow the school safety allotment monies to include the purchase of special education classroom cameras. Why do we need these cameras purchased for these classrooms? Because if they get injured in the classroom, they cannot articulate what happened. It is protection for the students, and it's a protection for the teacher. And thirdly, it extends the video retention period from 3 months to 6 months. And it gives the parents the opportunity to know that they can request information about the cameras in the classroom, including information on the appeal process of this mechanism. So members, I move passage of this bill. I think it's a good piece of legislation, but your vote would determine how do you feel. I'm voting aye.
Representative Bernal, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
She yields for questions.
Dean Thompson, first, the effort to get cameras into these classrooms has been going on for quite some time. Is that true?
Well, it has been, and we've been fortunate enough to get those cameras in the classroom, because we had to work in between the Senate and the House, and the state was gracious enough to make that investment.
You mentioned the issue very delicately, but I was wondering if you could, for the sake of the body, explain what you meant when you said problems that a student or a teacher may encounter in a classroom, because students and teachers are going to encounter problems anywhere, but in these particular classrooms, these specific students, why is it necessary for us to have this kind of device, this kind of security for them, for their sake and the sake of the teachers?
Well, first of all, these are children with disabilities. And as any parent know that if your child comes home with a bruise or a bump on the head or some other place, and that child has the inability to be able to articulate what happened to them, you want to know what happened to your child. And that is the reason why we fought so hard to make sure that there were cameras in the classroom so that we'd be able to observe the activities during the period of time that that child, or the day that that child was in the classroom. And secondly, if someone said, well, the teacher did it, the camera hopefully would have captured what happened during the course of the day. The parent and the school system would be able to review those cameras and make a determination as to what may have happened to that child.
Thank you, ma'am. And I know that anytime we talk about cameras or surveillance in schools, there are some concerns that people have about privacy and safety, and your bill addresses all of those concerns. Is that right?
It does. And if I had a kid in special ed and my kid came home hurt, I darn sure want to know what happened. And if this is one of the mechanisms that would assure me and give me the comfort of knowing that I'm going to be able to go and look at a film to find out what happened to my child, I want that camera in that classroom, and I want to be able to have that parent, wherever they may be in the state of Texas, to advocate to their school board to put it in. And that is the reason why that we're making sure that the school safety allotment money can be used by school districts to purchase those cameras for these children. They have the same right of protection that every child should have when they go to school. And just because they have a disability should not be a deterrent for cameras to be there to protect them.
It's safe to say that they're the little
now,
dogs?
don't get me on my soap opera because I'm getting out right now.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Representative Canales, for what purpose?
The gentlelady would yield.
The gentlelady yield.
I do.
She yields.
Just for the legislative intent, your bill is not making these videos subject to an open records request, is it? Because they become a government document, they become a record that the school's keeping, a record of our children, and I know it says it has to release it to a parent. If a parent asks for it, I just want to make sure that this isn't available, that a media outlet or somebody can make a public information request and get the video of our kids.
It is my understanding when we pass this legislation to give the assurance of parents when they have their children at school that their kids are being taken care of and not hurt or abused, and they would have an opportunity to review if there's something happened. We were not interested in the media being able to be satisfied with trying to get something on the school district, and I got you, but we wanted to make sure that the parents was
So it is
assured.
not your intent to make these videos subject to public information requests by media outlets?
No.
Thank you.
It is to protect these special needs children. Mr. Speaker, members, I move the vote. Aye.
Chair recognizes Representative Garcia to speak for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say thank you to Mrs. T for bringing this legislation forward. I have special needs children, and while my son was in school, his arm was broken by an aide, and we did not have video cameras to see what happened. And because of that, we ended up in a lot of issues. My son he was nonverbal at the time. So I thank you so much for bringing forward this legislation.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2234. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 131 ayes and 9 nays, House Bill 2234 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3266. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 3266 by Frazier relating to the prosecution of the criminal offense of possession, manufacture, transport, repair, or sale of certain devices intended to modify handguns.
Chair recognizes Representative Frazier to explain the bill.
Speaker, members, I brought this bill up yesterday, passed, and I wanted to go over it again. This is not a gun bill. This is a auto shear bill, that a device that's been being put in weapons to turn them into fully automatic, and that's been going through most of our gang members through the state of Texas and beyond. I will tell you this one story that got us here. On September 20th of 2021, William Bill Jeffrey was serving a warrant with his team. Same thing I've been doing for many, many years. At 7:28 a.m. in an apartment complex by Bush International Airport. As him and his team approached, made their announcement, a hail of bullets come through that door, killing Bill, hitting 2 of his other officers. In that weapon was a shear, turning that into a deadly device. Not alone the guns are already deadly, but turning it into something it wasn't designed to do. As time has gone on, we've seen these shears in many, many guns across the state. Every day, our law enforcement is dealing with them, trying to figure out what to do because the DAs and everyone are not doing what they're supposed to be doing it because they don't know what to charge them with. So this would codify and turn the law into where we could charge them by a state level by using that shear, turning that device into a machine gun. Many of you got a one-pager that's been on your desk, giving you kind of the understanding of the bill, the folks that are supporting this, from the police associations, from the police departments, from the police chiefs, from the sheriffs, and down to prosecutors wanting to do something to get this in law. So I wanted to give you a little more of the background on what it is, because it's a device that's going in the gun, not the gun we're going after. It's the device. So I'd love to have your vote. I'd love to have a positive vote and love to get this passed through so our police officers that are out there on the street can actually do their job.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for
Does the
some
gentleman
questions?
yield for questions?
Oh, we yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative. I'm in the committee that heard your bill layout, and the chairman was accommodating, letting you show a video during that hearing. Unfortunately, we can't show the video on the House floor, but I think it was very impactful, and I would like for you to describe the video that you played for us.
Yeah, and I think I've shown this video throughout the day just so folks can understand what this device does once it's placed inside this gun. And so that was 30 rounds. That was 30 rounds put in once the device is put in there. The device goes in seconds. And what's happening, they're using this on the black market, they're selling them, and when they're selling them, they're pretty much looking for the potential buyer. The buyer is a criminal element. And so that criminal element uses this gun, they call it a switch on the street, or a buzz plate. You'll hear it in different videos that are going around. It's a very popular item to put in a weapon to turn it into this killing machine. This is something law enforcement's asking for, and I think everyone in this room has probably had a law enforcement support at some point in your campaign or in your life. And your police officers and everyone else around you is asking for this. That's who sent me here to ask you to vote for this so they can make this a bill and we can get this over the finish line.
Representative, I know it's hard for law enforcement to go out on the streets knowing that there are these kind of mechanisms that you can add to a gun to where it can fire so rapidly, the switches. And so I appreciate you bringing this bill, and I can't imagine that there is not a member here that doesn't have law enforcement that would appreciate them supporting your bill.
I appreciate that, Representative. No questions?
Not to you.
I think there's an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Chair recognizes Representative Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to be very clear to the body. The language that you see in front of you as an amendment is the substantive provisions of Chairman King's House Bill 2744, the response to the Uvalde mass shooting that would raise the age to purchase most rifles from 18 to 21. This is the same bill that earlier this week was voted 8-5 by a committee in a bipartisan fashion. The bill allows people age 18 to 20 to own a .22 caliber rifle, and it allows them to possess a rifle in the presence of a lawful transferor or on private property or while hunting or at a range or for shooting sport. It also doesn't apply to those working in law enforcement or the military. That is what it does.
Mr. Speaker?
Representative King, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Does the gentleman yield for question?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, and I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this amendment to the bill. And this bill, there's been some allegations that it would stop an adult from buying one of these types of weapons for his child to use on their ranch or anything, but there are some exemptions in this bill. Can you tell us about those?
Yeah, I think the exemptions which you worked on painstakingly to make this as narrow as possible, because we know there's litigation in this arena, and a lot of it's going to be based on the narrowness of the legislation itself. And so the exceptions include, and particularly the one that you're talking about, if they're in the presence of a lawful transfer or on private property or while hunting or at a range or if they're shooting sport, all those activities are not gathered up in the provisions of this amendment.
And so there's an exemption for peace officers, correct?
There's also an exemption for peace officers, and in fact, when there were concerns raised to your office about folks in the military, because you have folks in the military that are under 21, and your response was, and I think rightfully so, to exclude them out of the bill. And they're not
there's
in
an
they're not in
exemption
this amendment
for
either.
folks that are honorably discharged from the United States Armed Forces.
It includes them as well, yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. And if you've already said this, I apologize. I couldn't tell what I couldn't hear you. And then there's an exemption for the transfer of the semi-automatic rifle to a person to carry while in the presence of the transferor, while on the property owned or leased by the transferor, on the premises of a sports shooting range, for the purpose of lawful hunting or sporting, at a lawful competition and using the use of firearm. So that covers the instance where someone wanted their 16-year-old, for example, 15-year-old, to have one of these weapons with them when they were driving around on a ranch or something like that, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir. It covers all of those instances because those were the concerns that were raised, and in your work, which was diligent and thorough, you addressed them by taking them out of the bill. In fact, I do not know of any group that came forward to you with an objectively reasonable scenario and a fact pattern that you didn't say, I will write that out of the bill.
Yeah.
So distilled down, once you get past all those exceptions, all the bill says, the amendment at this point says, is that someone between the age of 18 and 20, totally unsupervised, can't go and purchase a high-powered rifle.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, do you remember how old you were when you got your first rifle?
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Do you remember how old you were when you got a rifle first time?
Boy. I remember shooting a rifle sometime in my late teens.
Well, I've seen you shoot before, and it's pretty impressive, by the way. I was probably, I think I was 12 years old, 14 years old, and I got a rifle. And it was a .22, single-shot .22. And then later on, I got a deer rifle, which was a Remington. It had 5 shots in it, but it was a bolt-action deer rifle like all people use. Is there anything in this bill that would keep a teenager from being, or an 18-year-old, for example, from being able to buy any of those types of rifles?
No, in fact, you specifically accepted them from the provisions of the bill, and that's exactly what's mirrored in the amendment that's before the body.
So the rifle that nearly everybody got when they were a teenager, or the first rifle they bought, is not affected by this bill at all.
No, not at all.
I think you got a great amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Representative Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Moody, I appreciate the amendment. A lot of emotion in what we do every day, but with regard to this amendment, it's particularly emotional. Please tell us why this, in many instances, is a personal, decision to have this kind of discussion, because I know it affects us all.
It does, and sadly, it's likely to impact more of us in a more profound way in the near future. But for me, after what happened in El Paso, and then being asked to travel to Uvalde, I distinctly remember a couple of the family members noting that I was from El Paso. And they said, nothing's going to change. What's different? What's going to change? And I told them that you have to have hope, or you shouldn't be in this business. I promised those families, just like I promised those in El Paso, that I would fight every hour, every minute, every day that I was in this body to address safety. And I still have that hope today. And I am still fighting today because that was my promise and will remain my promise.
And part of our job, there's so much is not known. People think we come here, we push a button, we propose legislation, but every single day we're trying to figure out ways to advocate for our constituents and people that we love and those that live in this great state. And that's all you're doing with this amendment is finding opportunities so that we can be heard and have a chance to have this discussion and have this vote and make a policy choice. That's what this is about, right?
This is a policy discussion that deserves to be had. And there are many ways to get there. One of the ways is to bring in amendments to the floor, and that's what we did today. And I tell you, it seems like a lifetime ago already, but just earlier this week, when the substance of this amendment was voted out as a bill, I took note of something. I've been around the families from Uvalde for near on a year now. Not once before that day had I ever seen any one of them smile. Not one of them had I seen shed a tear out of anything but sadness. Not once had I hugged them and felt that there was some hope and warmth until that vote. Those folks deserve this conversation, and they deserve to have that hope going forward.
And with regard to this amendment and what you're seeking to accomplish, what concerns me as a body is we try to narrowly focus on this issue of being, a right to bear arms. And what we are talking about is responsible limitations that, because of your advocacy and many others, and because families have not given up and have transformed their mission to say we're not going to let this tragedy define us, we're going to continue to make change. This is really just a sensible solution to prevent future acts of mass violence. Don't you agree?
Absolutely. And Mr. Martinez Fisher, the point you raise is exactly what I've been trying to talk to folks about for a long time. We talk all about rights, but never about responsibility. That's what this amendment is about, being responsible. And let me be clear, had this been law last year at this time, those teachers, those kids would be alive today. Full stop.
And so it's listening to you say that, I can't even see you. I just have a vision and an image in front of me in my mind, in my heart, about a very sad day that we will never forget. You don't even have to live in Uvalde. You don't even have to live in Texas. If you have an internet signal, you know, I was looking at some coverage about mass violence and semi-automatic weapons. I mean, it's coming up in foreign languages about things happening in this state, and it is about responsibility. And I think that mindset hopefully is changing. I hope that today on this vote, we're not voting on whether we have arms. We're voting on whether we want responsible ownership, which I think is what your amendment does.
This is a very narrowly drafted change in the law that Mr. King has worked on for months, understanding the litigation that's pending, understanding how you have to be nuanced when you regulate in this space. It is as narrow as it possibly could be drawn. It takes into account every exception, every concern that was brought to his office. And so why can't we have this discussion about responsible gun ownership?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, move to extend.
Representative Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Move to extend.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Motion to extend is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chair Moody, just picking up on the conversation, what I'm fearful of is just sort of the continuity and the repetition of weapons like these being involved in mass violence. And I want your opinion, but in my assessment is that you read an article about a mass violence, and it's very quick to point out who was the shooter, who were the victims, and then right next to that is what kind of weapon was used. And I worry about that as a trend, that now it almost seems like it's part of the story, that those three items are always in the top paragraph. The names may be different, location may be different, maybe a different city, but the one thing that's always consistent, that there was a semi-automatic rifle involved in these mass violence events. Do you see it that way?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly been the trend in the recent past. And these are weapons that can do an extreme amount of damage in a very short period of time. And when you marry that with youthful folks that have no supervision, like the attacker in Uvalde, who, by the way, made attempts to purchase before he turned 18 and was thwarted every turn. Every turn, he was thwarted. So our law worked. For those people that say laws, only the good people follow the laws, that's presuming that there's this bizarre world that bad guys operate in that we don't operate in. If there's impediments in the world, they exist for all of us, not just some of us. And this is the concrete example of how our laws do work to thwart bad actors. In this case, once the impediment was removed, a massacre occurred.
And help me, because I guess part of the counter argument will be, well, if you don't have to be 21 to serve in the military and hold one of these rifles and use one of these rifles, but you have to be 21 to buy beer. And so, help the body understand the rationale that we have such a high bar for the purchase and consumption of alcohol, but we have such a low bar for a semi-automatic, an automatic weapon.
I've heard some of the discussion around that. I certainly think that we have an obligation to be as responsible as we can be. And we have, part of the reason why you have limitations on alcohol and things of the like is the effect that it has on that individual is young, when they're still developing, their brain's still developing, the body's still developing. And you've seen this in other conversations about other substances as well. More profound impacts, and so you want to expand that out to a higher age. We know the brain science here too, and the behavior of people that are of this age group. And so when we're talking about a lethal weapon and one that can create very significant damage very quickly, I think the treatment should be at least similar. Now, you did raise the issue of being in the military, and I think, Mr. King was very clear that if you are in the military and that's the decision you've made, which is a brave decision to make, we're not going to impede you with this amendment. This amendment would not impact you one bit. So if you are bravely making that sacrifice and are on the front lines, then this wouldn't apply to you.
Right, and that was a conversation with Chair King. I mean, I know their members were milling around, and it's the last day to pass bills, so everybody's busy. But that was the essence of the discussion. That this amendment is not an attempt on somebody's hunting rifle or to put some across the board age limit. Please tell the body one more time. I mean, what is this amendment and the narrow limitation here?
No, I mean, when you distill it down with all the exceptions that we've discussed, what the core of the amendment does is says someone between the ages of 18 and 20, when totally unsupervised, can't go and purchase a high-powered rifle by themselves. That's it.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Representative Wally, for what purpose?
Will gentleman yield just for a few
Does
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman Moody, you spent time in Uvalde, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many you and Chairman Burrows together, along with staff, spent significant amount of time working on a investigation and a report, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were privy to a lot of documents, photos, and interactions and sitting down with family members. Is that my understanding?
We were given the entire investigative file from that came by the Department of Public Safety. We, as a committee, interviewed a number of witnesses. We personally went to the school, into the hallway. We met with family members. We met with the teachers that were there, met with law enforcement that had first responded. I think it was probably the most thorough investigation of its type.
One of the number one recommendations, I don't want to say recommendations, but understandings of that work was this amendment. Is that, and this is what the families want. Is that?
The purpose of the investigation, and I want to be clear, the investigative committee was not asked to provide legislative recommendations. What we were asked to do was set level the facts. What happened? What happened? Because in the aftermath of this tragedy, there was confusion about basic facts, and there was no trust in the government actors that were providing the facts and the information. And so our task, which I believe was probably an incredibly tall task, was to set level and create trust in the information being provided. And so what we did was provide that information. And as an extension of that, I believe when you set level the facts, people like you and I, policymakers, can then go look and they go, what can we do here? And there were 4 significant sections of that report. One of them dealt with the attacker. I believe that's the chapter is titled that. That is the chapter that talks about his attempts to purchase a weapon and talks about them being thwarted, talks about him trying to attempt straw purchases. So those were the facts of that case, of that instance, and the policy proposal that is drawn from those very accurate facts is this amendment would have precluded that tragedy from happening.
And thank you for that clarification. The committee, the report, didn't issue recommendations but findings of fact.
Correct.
And those are undisputed.
Look, I will stand behind that report at any time.
And the facts are that he, days after turning 18, he sought and was successful in purchasing these high capacity weapons of war. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
in your deliberations, these, again, these family members have, and we as policymakers are now here to set the policy tone in how we respond to this situation. And this is the way we know how to do it. Is that fair to say?
This is our job. I think it was extremely important to lay the facts bare, as ugly as they were, as difficult as they were. And it wasn't just access to the firearm that was in the facts that bore out in that report. This body has deliberated school safety and school hardening and school security. This body has discussed police accountability and reform. This body has discussed the flow of public information. They've all come to this House floor. The only thing that has not been brought to this House floor until right now via this amendment is the access to firearms. If we're going to talk about the problems of mass violence, we have to talk about every single one of them. I have supported school security. I have supported police accountability. I have supported getting public information done the right way. But I also support common sense safety reforms like this. If we're not willing to have the entire discussion, then we're doing a great disservice, not just to the families that deserve it in Uvalde, but to the entire state of Texas.
The families of Uvalde, the children. McKenna Lee Elrod, 10. Layla Salazar, 11. Miranda Mathis, 11. Nevaeh Bravo, 10. Jose Manuel Flores Jr., 10. Xavier Lopez, 10. Tess Marie Mata, 10. Rogelio Torres, 10. Eli Amaya Garcia, 9. Eliana Torres, 10. Anabel Guadalupe Rodriguez, 10. Jackie Cáceres, 9. Uzea Garcia. Jace Carmelo Luevanos, 10. Maite Rodriguez, 10. Jayla Nicole Silguero, 10. Irma Garcia, 48. Eva Mireles, 44. Anne-Marie Jo Garza, 10. Lexi Rubio, 10. Alicia Ramirez, 10. Those are the names of the children and the children and the two teachers.
Yes,
they've come weekly, is that correct, to this body?
Gentleman's time has expired.
Move adoption.
Representative Wally, for what purpose?
Extension of time, briefly.
It requires unanimous consent. Is there objection? The chair hears objection. Representative Kane, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that the amendment is on a subject different from the subject under consideration.
Bring your point of order down front, Mr. Kane. Members, the point of order is withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Martinez-Fisher, for what
I
purpose?
move that the entire exchange on the Moody amendment be reduced to writing, placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
Chair recognizes Representative Goodwin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is similar to the other amendment. However, this one fits with the bill. This bill makes it a crime to use the switch device. My amendment says that a person commits an offense if the person intentionally or knowingly sells, rents, leases, or gives to a person younger than 21 years of age that device that's already mentioned in the bill, or a gun on which that device can fit.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Tellerico, for what purpose?
Does the member yield for a question?
Does the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
Lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Goodwin. So I just want to clarify for the body, we've got a bill from Representative Frazier that regulates firearms. Representative Moody brought an amendment earlier that would raise the age to purchase certain firearms from 18 to 21 years of age. Chairman Kane raised a point of order against Representative Moody's amendment, and the point of order said that Representative Moody's amendment wasn't germane to Representative Frazier's bill because Representative Moody's amendment dealt with rifles and Representative Frazier's bill deals with handguns. Is that your understanding of what just occurred?
Yes, that is correct.
And so your amendment, since Representative Moody's amendment failed, your amendment raises the age from 18 to 21 years of age to purchase the handgun to which a device described by subdivision 1 may be attached, which is directly related to Representative Frazier's bill. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is correct. We wanted
so your
to make
amendment, Representative Goodwin, is directly related to Representative Frazier's bill and should be germane to that bill.
Yes, absolutely. We are trying to make it fit with this bill. Any step that we can take towards increasing safety, and we just, as was debated back and forth just on the last amendment, we know that it's really important that people that are under 21, they still haven't reached the maturity level, and allowing them to have guns that are capable of shooting so many people so quickly is just not reasonable. And so this would change that.
Thank you, Representative, for bringing this important amendment that will keep our communities and, most importantly, our children safe.
Thank you.
Representative Fassoot, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order against further consideration of the Goodwin Amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that it is not germane.
Bring your pointer down front, Mr. Fassoot. Members, the point of order is withdrawn. The amendment is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Representative Frazier to close on the bill.
All right, Speaker, members, sorry for that time out there. Like I said before, this bill is to put bad people in jail that are using this device, and this is to protect your law enforcement that has all come out in support of this throughout the state of Texas. I strongly urge a favorable vote here, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3266. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Frazier voting aye, Representative Anchia voting aye, Representative Kemple voting aye, Representative Diavacredo voting aye, Representative Diallo voting aye. Have all voted? Show Representative Troxclair voting aye. Have all voted? I mean, 81 ayes and 60 nays. House Bill 3266 is finally passed. Members, notice was given earlier today regarding reconsideration of House Bill 4771. The chair recognizes Representative Burns for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 47071 failed to pass engrossment.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4771. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4771 by Bojani relating to the creation of tenant legal services offices by local governments to assist low-income residential tenants in eviction cases and in cases involving discrimination based on the tenant's disabilities.
The chair recognizes Representative Bojani to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Members, I laid out this bill yesterday. There seems to be some misunderstanding. This is not an unfunded mandate. This allows the cities and counties, if they so wish to choose, to start a tenant legal service at not their own expense. They could also designate a nonprofit to do it. But this is saying that we should take care of the most vulnerable people in our society, the low income and disabled people.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Canales, for what purpose?
The gentleman would yield.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman
Thank you,
yields.
Representative Bojani. So yesterday, I want to let you know I voted against your bill, but thank you for coming to explain it to me. This bill's completely permissive, right?
Absolutely.
It doesn't require anybody to do anything?
No.
It just sets up a framework where if somebody wanted to create this program, they could?
Yes, that's correct.
And it doesn't make the city or any municipality or anybody fund anything, does it?
That's correct.
In fact, they can raise money through a nonprofit?
That's yes.
Thank you for taking the time to come explain it to me. I apologize for voting no. I'm going to be voting for your bill.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I move passage, Mr. Speaker.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4771. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 4771 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House HJR 102 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 102 by Leach, proposing a constitutional amendment authorizing the legislature to legalize wagering in this state on certain sporting events.
Chair recognizes Representative Leach to explain the resolution.
Okay. Are there any Am I good? I think.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is time to vote on this House Joint Resolution. But before we get there, there are a couple members who I know want to speak on the joint resolution, and so I'm going to reserve my brief remarks for my closing, Mr. Speaker.
Is Mr. Martinez Fisher on the floor of the House? Does any member wish to speak for, on, or against the resolution? The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen in opposition to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to be really brief. This bill has to do with sports teams, the NBA, the NFL, and there are times when our sports teams are a really positive cause in our community and in our nation, and sometimes they're not. I think about 9/11 and how the sports teams brought us together as a nation. I think everybody remembers the horrible day of 9/11 when our country was attacked, and how we united as a country when we saw a month after 9/11 at the third game of the World Series at Yankee Stadium, the president goes to the mound, throws a strike, and the whole audience erupted in applause. And I really think that was a time where our nation was starting to heal. And then here we are years later, and we have a catastrophic event with the pandemic, and there's division. We actually have some teams that won't even play our national anthem. Think of how the veterans feel, how the moms and dads of folks that have lost their loved ones for war. When we needed our sports teams, they weren't there for us. So I would ask you to take that into consideration. We're talking about helping sports teams, billionaires, and lining their pockets with their votes versus some of our children and getting further addiction on their device. I respectfully ask you to vote no on this piece of legislation. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas for the resolution.
Members, I want to speak in favor of this bill because the WNBA is part of it. You know, when this bill first was filed, women's sports were not included. And I was livid because if we're going to give professional sports teams in Texas the opportunity to do this, the men's basketball, the men's football, the men's hockey, we need to include the WNBA. And I want to thank Chairman Leach for doing that. What this bill will do for women's basketball and women's professional sports is transformational. To have the revenue streams from this process to provide critical funding to give women an equal opportunity to play sports at the professional level and have salary and income and opportunity, this bill will provide record amounts of funding that will transform professional women's sporting opportunities.
Members, please take your conversations outside the room.
So for that reason, I really want to encourage you to support this bill. We're spending a lot of time in this building talking about women and the opportunity to play sports. If you're serious about women and the opportunity to play sports, then I encourage you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher in opposition to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I appreciate all the remarks. We made some remarks yesterday. I'll be brief. I keep saying it over and over again. Members, I urge you to there's not much on this JR, but there is a very long enabling. You need to look at that before you take this vote, because this is tied to that. And I mean, I look on page 37, it's winners and losers. This is not about helping all these teams and efforts. It's about helping a couple of folks to help all the teams. And so that's not what this should be about. We have time to get it right. I'm not a no, I'm a not now. But if we do anything around here, let's open this up for anybody who thinks they can do it. If this is such a good idea for all the teams and sports and organizations to benefit, then why limit it to just 2 folks that can do it and everybody else cannot? So for that, I'm going to ask you to vote no. I'm going to ask you to stay a no. And I'm going to ask you that for those of you that care about this, let's start working on this for next time. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins in favor of the resolution.
Members, I think this bill is so important for this reason. You know, I'm associated with professional sports. Been a very long time. One of the things that I had a long conversation with the Spurs. And as they talked about the importance of this bill, I began to see how communities like the city of San Antonio need this type of revenue stream coming. When you have teams in cities, the door isn't always where you can make your money for the ticket prices. So there has to be another source of an income stream, and this would suffice with that. The Spurs support this, the business community support this, and I support this because I think it's important and it brings us into the 21st century. So members, please consider supporting this bill. Thank you.
Members, please take your conversations outside the room.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let me close on this joint resolution and then let's vote. Members, before we vote, I want to remind you of a couple of important points. The text messages you're getting, the messages you're getting, the notes to go out into the fishbowl that you're getting, those are all about to stop. But I want to have a few final moments with you, and I'm going to go quick to shoot straight about what this joint resolution does and why I am supporting it and why I think you should too. Very quickly. We say in this state and in this chamber that we value freedom and liberty. Representative Canales, Chairman Canales, talked about that very boldly and artfully here from the front mic yesterday. Freedom and liberty. We trust the people of Texas. And this joint resolution is the perfect opportunity for us to prove that to them. Realize that right now, today in the state of Texas, our conservative estimates show that over 1 million Texans, your constituents, your neighbors, your friends, your family, and yes, your legislative colleagues are placing sports bets every year online. 1 million Texans placing over 2 billion bets, totaling nearly $8 billion. Members, these are people, your friends, who are watching a March Madness game and they're betting $10 on the Houston Cougars. These are folks who are watching the World Series and they may place a $50 bet that Altuve is going to hit a home run in Game 4. They're watching the Dallas Cowboys, and at the beginning of the season, they may place a $100 bet on whether this season, after 3 decades of misery, is finally the season for the Dallas Cowboys. They're wagering $25 on the Texas Longhorns to win the Red River Shootout. Members, every single one of these Texans, every single one of them are criminals. They're criminals under Texas law. And I believe that we should pass this bill to let them come out of the shadows and to carefully and safely regulate this. Next, and then I'm closing, Representative Hunter, I hear you. This bill is necessary. I know there's a couple representatives who are concerned about our children, and you should be. You should be right now concerned about our children, which is why you should vote for this bill, because this bill makes our unsafe and illegal market legal and safe. It regulates it, it makes it safer, and it does that in a bold and careful way. And then finally, this bill provides nearly $1 billion, will ultimately provide nearly $1 billion in property tax relief. I believe in property tax relief. I know you do too, and this will be a constitutionally dedicated flow of money for property tax relief. Members, let's vote. I trust Texans to decide what's best for themselves and their families. I know you do too. I hope 100 of you do too. And this constitutional amendment is your opportunity to prove it to them. Members, let's vote. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Members, strict enforcement has been requested. You must vote from your desk, and you cannot vote for another member. The question occurs on the adoption of HJR 102. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Representative Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 100 ayes, 42 nays. HJR 102 is adopted. Members, a verification vote request has been asked for by the chair. Verification has been granted. Members, please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. Members, let's please have some order. Please take your seats. The clerk will proceed by calling the members voting aye.
Allen. Yes. Allison. Yes. Anchia. Bales.
Members, we need you in your chairs so the clerk can see whether or not you are present. Please sit down.
Keep going. Bales. Do you see Mr. Bales?
I don't see Bales. He sits in front of Alan. He says, "No microphone working." Yeah, we can't hear you.
It is. Mr. Bales, we're looking for him, and he doesn't look like he's in his seat. Yes, I will do that.
Go ahead.
Bales.
Is Mr. Bales on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Bell of Montgomery.
Got him.
Bernal. Bojani. Bowers. Buckley. Busey. Baumgartner. Button. Campos. Canales. Clardy. Cole. Collier. Cook. Cortez. Cunningham. Davis, Dean, Dutton, Flores, Frazier, Gomez, Garcia, Gerties, Guerin, Gervin Hawkins, Goldman, Gonzalez of Dallas, Gonzalez of El Paso, Guerra, Guillen, Harless, Harris of Anderson, Harrison, Hernandez, Herrero, Holland, Howard, Hull, Hunter, Jaton, A. Johnson of Harris, J. Johnson of Harris, J. Johnson of Dallas, Jones of Harris, Jones of Dallas, Cassell, King of Hemphill, King of Uvalde, Kitzman, Kemple, Lalani, Landgraf, Leach, Leo Wilson, Longoria,
Is Mr. Longoria on the floor of the House? Temporarily strike his name.
Lopez of Cameron, Lopez of Bear, Lozano, Manuel, Martinez, Meyer, Meza, Moody, Alice Shaw, Munoz, Murr, Niave Criado, Ordaz, Orr, Ortega, Patterson, Perez, Plisa, Rainey, Raymond, Reynolds, Rogers, Romero, Rose, Rosenthal, Schofield, Shine, Smith, Tallarico, Theory, Timish, Thompson of Harris, Tenderholt, Troxclair, Turner, Van Dever, Wally, Wu, Zwiener.
The clerk will now read the members voting nay.
Anderson, Ashby, Bell of Kaufman, Bryant, Burns, Burrows, Kane, Capriglione, Craddock, De Ayala, DeRazio, Frank, Gates, Harris of Williamson, Hayes, Hefner, Hinojosa, Isaac, Click, Lambert, Lujan, Martinez Fisher, Metcalf, Morales of Harris, Morales of Maverick, Noble, Oliverson, Paul, Price, you got him? Ramos, Schaefer, Schatzline, Shaheen, Slauson, Smithy, Spiller, Stuckey, Swanson, Tepper, Thompson of Brazoria, Toth, Vasut,
Is Mr. Bales on the floor of the House? Verify Mr. Bales. Is Mr. Longoria on the floor of the House? Strike his name. Members, the following members has informed the chair that their voting machine malfunctions. Show them voting aye. Mr. Vo, Mr. Wilson. Members, the verification shows the vote being 101 ayes, 42 nays. HR 102 is adopted. Please excuse Mr. Longoria because important business in the district on the motion. Ms. Rose, objecting, chair has none, so ordered. The chair lays out HB 1942 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1942 by Leach relating to the regulation of sports wagering, requiring occupational permits, authorizing fees, imposing a tax, decriminalizing wagering on certain sports events, creating criminal offenses, providing administrative penalties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, appreciate your support. Let's get this done. This is the enabling legislation that provides the framework that we've talked so much about. There is an amendment that I'm going to accept.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this clarifies that both the motorsports industries are taken care of in this bill as well. Move adoption.
Mr. Leach sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Moody's amendment.
I'm pardon. Mr. Moody sent an amendment. The amendment is accepted to the author's objection to the adoption amendment. Chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thank you again. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1942. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Leach voting aye, Mr. Busey voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 82 ayes and 51 nays. HB 1942 is finally passed. Is Mr. Guerin on the floor of the House? The chair lays out HJR 155 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 155 by Guerin, proposing a constitutional amendment to foster economic development and job growth, provide tax relief and funding for education and public safety programs, support the horse racing industry, and reform horse racing and greyhound racing by authorizing casino gaming at destination resorts, creating the Texas Gaming Commission, authorizing sports wagering, requiring a license to conduct casino gaming, requiring the imposition of a casino gaming and sports wagering taxes, requiring a license.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone HCR 155 until 10 p.m. this evening.
Members heard the motion of objection. Chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out HB 2843 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2843 by Kimball relating to the authorization, licensing, and regulation of casino gaming and sports wagering in the state, to the creation, powers, and duties of the Texas Gaming Commission to support of horse racing industry and reform of horse racing and greyhound racing conducted by certain persons, and to other provisions related to gambling, imposing and authorizing administrative and civil penalties, imposing taxes, imposing and authorizing fees, requiring an occupational license, creating criminal offense.
Please excuse Mr. Wally because important business in the district on the motion of Mr. Herrera. Please excuse Ms. Hernandez because important business in the district on the motion of Mr. Wally. Is there objection? Chair has done so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Kimball to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2843 is obviously that's the enabling for Mr. Guerin's resolution needed if the resolution were to pass. What we're going to focus on with this one is making sure that we have the Legislative Oversight Committee set up, and then after that, the Gaming Commission created. With that said, we will not be able to accept licenses until January 25, so it is our intention to be able to get this passed, take the interim with the Speaker's good graces, have an interim committee that will focus on passing legislation, or excuse me, working on the issue before we come into the 89th legislature, and making sure we have all the regulatory framework put in place in. With that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. King.
Mr. King, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Kimball, we talk a lot about our public schools and how we can pay for things like teacher raises. Is it true that your bill today, and the HJR, if it was to pass, that 80% of gross gaming revenues generated would go to the teacher pay for both current and retired teachers?
That's correct, Mr. King. 80% of what we've, an innovation group has looked at, of 80% of about $1.5 billion.
So if the estimation is the gross gaming revenue would be somewhere around $1.145 billion, and correct me if I'm wrong, does that translate into $1 billion increase into teacher pay and retired teacher benefits?
Mr. King, I think with our math skills, I think that'd be about right.
Okay, and just for the body to remember, when was the last time this body passed a teacher COLA?
I know, but would you refresh everybody's memory?
I'm going to answer that for you. It was 2013, Mr. Kemple. Now, we've given some
That's right.
one-time, some 13 checks since then, but we have not done a substantial COLA since 2013. And for that reason alone, I am in support of your bill. I appreciate you bringing it to the body.
Thank you.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for a question.
Yes.
Will you take a friendly, germane amendment to legalize cockfighting on your bill?
Mr. Canales, I'd be happy to talk to you about.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman Kemple. I just wanted to elaborate on the questions that were just up here at the mic. So with the projected licensure date, do you have any idea when revenue would start generating?
Well, we wouldn't even receive applications in the open bid process until September of 25. You can start imagining how long it would take to construct. Would be at least 2 or 3 years. So it's hard to say. 28, maybe.
Okay, so 28, we could say would be roughly the time frame, or shortly thereafter.
And that's a guesstimate on my part. I mean, when you get into construction, you can understand you have weather related, and it's a pure guess.
So if we were talking about teachers and them reaping the benefits of this legislation and action taking place, what would be your projected time frame? Teacher pay, I'm talking about.
Well, the teacher pay increases are coming from the gaming itself. Mm-hmm. So it would be once that started, and what Mr. King and I referred to, the $1.5 billion, 80% of that would be at the full potential of, and maybe in a little bit more, because I think we added or attempted to add 2 locations into Mr. Guerin's resolution yesterday, so it may be a little bit more than that 1.5. But anyway, that estimate is based on when everything that we approve, hopefully, is up and running.
Would that need further enacting legislation at that time?
Would you repeat that, please?
Would that need further enacting legislation at that time for the teacher pay portion?
I'm sorry, this microphone got unplugged up here. I can't hear you.
For the teacher pay portion, would that need further enacting legislation at that time?
At that time, no, ma'am. Not if we constitutionally dedicate it now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Schatzline, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for your work on this bill. I just had a few questions. In your opinion, do you think that casinos will increase organized crime in the state of Texas?
In my opinion, no, I do not.
So I help oversee an organization that fights human trafficking, and it's been proven that casinos are linked to an increase in organized crime. Are you at all concerned that the introduction to casinos in the state of Texas is going to contribute to the sex trafficking crisis that we have in the state of Texas?
In my opinion, I don't believe it will.
So currently, the University of Texas did a study that child and youth sex trafficking costs Texas taxpayers $6.6 billion just in taking care of those children once they've been rescued. And they proved that only 1% to 2% of children that are actually saved from this that are currently in it. Are you at all concerned that the introduction of a industry that truly does bring organized crime is going to contribute to the crisis with sex trafficking that we're having right now inside the state of Texas, being number 2 in the nation?
Well, in my opinion, I don't believe it will, but we are dedicating money I believe 10% to law enforcement, which would include everything you just mentioned to help combat that.
Would you agree that by allocating funds from this, saying that we're going to combat sex trafficking, is an admission that this will also contribute to sex trafficking?
No, I wouldn't say it's an admission. I would say it's there for if it unfortunately does happen, but I don't believe it will.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. King, for purpose.
Would gentleman yield for question?
The gentleman yield for questions. Gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Kemple, is it legal for children to be on the casino floor?
No, sir.
Okay, that's fair. And you know, there's people that are going to be against this bill for various reasons. Some of them religious. So would you accept a friendly amendment that I'm calling the Ashby Amendment to allow Mr. Ashby, for the purposes of this vote, to identify as a Presbyterian so he can hit the yes button?
We'll certainly talk about it. Thank you, Mr. King. Oh, we do have a couple amendments.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for purpose.
Will the gentleman yield for just one question?
We were having technical difficulties. It was just a minute, Ms. Gervin Hawkins. The gentleman yield for questions.
I do, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Kemple, I've had the opportunity to be around casinos in Michigan. Aren't those some of the most secured places in terms of security? I mean, there's cameras everywhere, there's security guard, plainclothes, uniform. You know, I'm hearing these horror stories, but isn't casinos some of the most safest places?
I would agree with you, Ms. Gervin Hawkins. I have frequented casinos in states all over the country and would agree with you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kemple.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, this is the amendment that would give the 80% to teacher salaries and retired teachers. Move passage.
Mr. Kemple sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption amendment. Members, a record vote has been requested. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Kemple voting aye. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. King of Hemphill voting aye. Show Dr. Stuckey voting. Yep. Jones of Harris voting aye. Dr. Stuckey voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 88 ayes and 42 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kemple.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a perfecting amendment that contains a model gaming compact between the state of Texas and both the Alabama Coshada tribe and the Isleta del Pueblo Sur Pueblo. And a necessary amendment has been worked out through those two tribes. Move passage.
Mr. Kemple sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kemple voting aye. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voting. Mr. Dealia voting aye. There being 100 ayes and 31 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Kemple to close on the bill.
Wish everybody good luck. I'll close. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2843. This is a record vote. Strict enforcement has been requested. Please vote from your desk, members. Have all members voted? There being 63 ayes and 49 nays, HB 2843 is passed in engrossment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 242, Howard, sponsored by Zaffarini, relating to liability for the donation and distribution of feminine hygiene products. HB 609, Vasut, sponsored by Middleton, relating to the liability of a business owner or operator arising from the exposure of an individual to a pandemic disease. HB 692, Rogers, sponsored by Springer, relating to the authorization for certain land applications and disposal of dairy waste. HB 1038, Kane, sponsored by Sparks, relating to a biennial report on state lending and credit support programs. HB 1255, Smithy, sponsored by Hughes, relating to limitation periods and arbitration proceedings. HB 1575, Hull, sponsored by Colcourse, relating to improving health outcomes for pregnant women under Medicaid and certain other public benefit programs, committee substitute. HB 1748.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Members, we are going back to page 5 of today's calendar. The chair lays out HB 3600 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3600 by Price relating to the establishment of the Texas Multimedia Production Program, providing tax credits, authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3600 until May 11, 2024.
Members, you heard the motion to objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out HB 2650 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2650 by Howard relating to the continuation and duties of the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force and establishment of a mandatory training program for peace officers on responding to reports of child sexual abuse and adult sexual assault.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 2650 is the final recommendation of the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force to come before us this session. HB 2650 would require the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, also known as TCOLE, in collaboration with the SASTF, the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force, to establish a training program that includes best practices to effectively recognize, investigate, and document child sexual abuse and adult sexual assault cases. SASTF is housed in the Office of the Governor with a steering committee that includes the Governor's Office, the Children's Advisory Centers of Texas, and the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault. Members include a wide list of stakeholders such as the Attorney General's Office, TCOLE, DPS, forensic nurses, crime labs, and more. This bill is a recommendation of the SASTF Law Enforcement Working Group. Okay. And basically all it does is just add some curriculum that will address being informed about the unique needs of sexual assault survivors. And should I take questions?
Ms. Ortega, for what purpose?
Will the representative yield for some questions?
Sure. Representative yield. She yields.
You were discussing that there is a task force. When was that established?
2 sessions back, we established that, and they made recommendations that came to us last session. We passed all of those. We are the national leader in dealing with sexual assault survivors here in this state as a result of bringing together this multidisciplinary group of folks who work with sexual assaults everywhere from the very beginning with the forensic exams, the healthcare setting, the investigators, the police officers and law enforcement, the prosecutors, the forensic labs, the whole spectrum are all coming together rather than working in silos and actually coming up with recommendations through their working groups to improve the process so that we have a system that survivors can believe in and trust in, and we can actually get more people to report these assaults and actually have prosecutions that occur and put the people that commit these assaults, put them away.
So when the task force was established, that was the goals of the task force in order to, I mean, you've indicated many things that they have accomplished. Was that the purpose of setting up the task force?
Yeah, the purpose was to bring the people together so that they could actually interact with one another and understand how one person does something that affects somebody else over here. And by talking with one another, they have come up with these recommendations that have stakeholder buy-in from all the different representatives that are on the SASTF. And that allows them to have greater support throughout the entire timeline, if you will, and get better outcomes. And it's based on being very specific to being survivor-centered, and even survivors are on the task force now as well.
How many members are part of the task force?
You know, I don't know the exact number. I can tell you, though, that it includes survivors, or their representatives, the Office of Attorney General, Texas Health and Human Services Commission, Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, Texas Forensic Science Commission, Texas Department of Public Safety, Texas Association of Crime Laboratory Directors, Texas District and County Attorneys Association, Texas Society of Pathologists, International Association of Forensic Nurses, Texas Department of Family and Protective Services, law enforcement representatives, sexual assault nurse examiner representatives, child abuse pediatrician representative, emergency room physician representative, and judicial representative.
Goodness, that is a long, long list.
Yes.
And it sounds like it's been very effective since you stated that the Texas is leading in this area with regard to policy. Is this, in terms of the policy that's being set, is it something that is being, the end goal is to implement across the state?
I'm sorry, the end goal is to what?
Is it for the purpose of actually operating across the state with regard to policy recommendations?
I think you're asking me if this is to have the implementation of recommendations across the state?
That's correct.
Absolutely. Part of the challenge has been that we do not have services throughout the entire state available. And so we have been putting things in place to ensure that no matter where you are in this state, if you are unfortunately the victim of a sexual assault, that you have resources that are in some proximity to you where people, and I think it was Ms. T that had legislation that looked at telemedicine, telehealth, whatever, but being able to do some virtual connection with folks too. But the point is to have law enforcement throughout the state, whether you're in a small area or a large area of this state, have some training, if you will, so that you know how to approach these survivors because they have very unique needs. You know, we typically, I think all of us think as we grew up hearing things about fight or flight. There's really a third response that's oftentimes associated with people who are survivors, and that is freeze. You don't have the normal response to trauma that some folks have. Instead of fleeing, instead of screaming, instead of doing things that we might typically think that's what your response would be, there's you freeze. You can't move. You internalize. There's all kinds of things. And I am not an expert in this, so I'm just talking as a layperson about this. But there are very unique responses and needs of those that are subjected to this kind of horrific trauma. And we need to have those that interact with them be informed about how this actually affects people differently, so that, for instance, our law enforcement folks that are on this have worked through all kinds of ways that they have improved their investigations to ensure that they are not re-traumatizing the survivor, and also asking things in a way that recognizes the different responses that survivors have to this that may not be typical in other investigations that they might do.
And so part of the policy in this bill, if I understand it correctly, is actually dealing with training.
Yes.
And to do a different type of training depending on who you're dealing with to help them out with the trauma. Is that correct?
Yes, and Representative Niave Criado, I'm sorry, I can't ever say it correctly, Niave Criado, thank you.
Okay.
Actually had legislation to address some of the training. This is another step in even more training that has been recommended by the SASTF, by the working group that deals with law enforcement. This is coming from law enforcement themselves who are asking for this. We also have had training, additional training from medical personnel. The fact is that anybody that the survivor comes into contact with in this whole timeline of having the very invasive exams that have to occur when the evidence is collected, talking with the investigators, talking with the prosecutors, talking with the healthcare personnel, all the people they come into contact with need some kind of additional training, which is what a lot of these recommendations have been, to help them respond in a way that will support the survivors and hopefully increase their healing possibility, but also show that we have a system that will support folks so that they can report in the first place. We have a very, very low number of those that actually report their assaults. And part of the reason that they do not report is because it is re-traumatizing when they do.
Well, this is a great bill. Thank you for putting it forward and continuing to deal with this type of policy.
Thank you.
I know there's other people waiting to ask questions, so I'm going to step down.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Cole, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Will the gentlelady yield
Yes.
for questions? She yields.
I thank you for this bill. I'd like to know a little bit more about how prevalent sexual violence is in our state.
Yeah, the numbers that I have, according to the FBI records, in 2020, Texas had an estimated total 13,509 rape offenses, the highest in the nation. And according to UT Dallas, 2 in 5 women in Texas have been sexually assaulted, and 1 in 5 men in Texas has been sexually assaulted. And the women in their age group of 18 to 24 who are enrolled in college are 3 times more likely than women in general to suffer from sexual violence. And when we're talking about who commits these egregious crimes, it's important to know that over 80% of sexual assaults are committed by someone known to the victim, which is another reason why it's very difficult sometimes for survivors to report. The vast majority of sexual assaults are perpetrated by someone that the survivor actually knows.
That's incredible. Well, how often do survivors report?
The Institute for Domestic Violence and Sexual Assaults has found that only 9.2% of victims actually reported their experience to law enforcement, and of those, about 3%, only 3% of that 9.2% actually proceeded to full investigation and trial. And according to the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault, over 94%, this is really incredible. Over 94% of rapists roam free, with only 3% ever spending a day in jail.
That's terrible. Well, how would this bill help address this issue?
Well, kind of like what we were talking about a while ago, for law enforcement, they need the tools that are going to be necessary to understand the unique dynamics that exist in child sexual abuse and in adult sexual abuse investigations. So we have been trying to improve all the different parts of the system and when the survivors, who they come into contact with, which hopefully will encourage them to report and to go through a very difficult process. But if they're supported along the way, it can make a huge difference in getting more of these reports to happen, getting justice done, getting these people off the streets that are committing these heinous crimes. So training is a really important part of what SASTF has been looking at.
Well, do you know how many sexual assault evidence collection kits are still pending?
And I think Representative Niave Criado mentioned this earlier, and I think we have the same statistics probably. The second annual DPS report that was published on December 1 of 2022 says that 3,849 kits were pending submission on analysis. But what was significant is that DPS labs, which process approximately 50% of the state's sexual assault evidence collection kits, are now processing all of the sexual assault evidence collection kits within that statutorily mandated time frame. So we are making progress there for sure.
It sounds like a very good bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Niave Criado, for what purpose?
Does the lady yield?
Does the lady yield? She yields.
Thank you. Representative Howard, I want to thank you for all of the work that you have been doing on this issue to bring justice to survivors of sexual assault. For years, this is significant legislation, and the fact that the Governor's Sexual Assault Task Force, all of the work that this body has done on a bipartisan basis has made Texas a national leader, has it not? With
it
respect
has indeed, and thanks a lot to the work that you have done to make that happen. So I appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you, and I'm honored to work with you and the members of this body as we move the ball forward for survivors. One of the big things as the Governor's Task Force has done, and they have amazing people that are part of the task force.
Amazing.
They've done a comprehensive look at the different issues from reporting of sexual assault to prosecution to the DNA. And where does this in the pipeline fit in? It fits right at the beginning of the process, right? After an individual is...
With law enforcement, you're saying?
Yes.
With the training? Yes, that would be toward the beginning. Certainly they might have contact with them throughout the investigation process, but certainly they would be there toward the beginning when feelings are pretty raw, emotions are pretty difficult at that time, and the abuse and the trauma are going to have a real significant impact on how the survivor is going to be dealing with things. So it's especially important that they have some training to know how to deal with the survivor at that point in time.
Right, and even if an officer approached a survivor and maybe didn't understand those complex issues surrounding a rape, the fact is that it makes a significant difference on the investigation and on the prosecution if they are approaching that particular case in the correct manner. Is that correct?
Absolutely. The information they get is going to be more helpful in the case if they are able to work with the survivor with that kind of training.
Okay. And again, we thank you so much for bringing this legislation. There's so much that this body has done, and just want to thank you and the Governor's Task Force for
Thank you, and you're absolutely right. It's been this body, bipartisan, on many things on a unanimous basis, that have made us a leader in the nation in working with survivors, and I am very proud to be a part of this body.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Patterson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a wonderful bill, and I want to commend Representative Howard for working on this issue, not just this session, but over the course of her career. This amendment simply cleans up a couple of words related to trauma-informed care, and I believe it's acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Patterson sends an amendment. It is acceptable to the author of the objection to the adoption amendment. The chair hears none. And the amendment is adopted. The chair recommends Ms. Howard to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And we approved the, thank you. Okay. Again, just let me thank y'all very much for what you've done. I am very proud to be a part of this chamber and what everybody has done to come together here to do. And with the passage of this bill, once again, our body will have passed all the recommendations coming out of the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2650. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2650 is passed in engrossment. Mr. Frank, for purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Could you explain to the body strict enforcement, or what is the enforcement? What does that mean? I don't. I would like to understand. I think there's some new people. This is one of the first times we've done it, and I was just wondering if you would mind sharing the controls on strict enforcement.
Under a call for strict enforcement, members must vote from their desk, and they may not vote for another member. With the exception of the chair can take one aye vote and one nay vote from the dais.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, would you mind repeating that?
With the only exception to strict enforcement being members must vote from their desk is that the chair may take one aye vote and one nay vote from the dais.
Okay. So and we're essentially depending on the integrity of the body on that, or do we look at cameras to see whether or not there were people that voted at the time, or is it essentially the body controlling itself on the voting?
That is not a proper parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah, I'm not very good at this, sorry. Again, essentially, it's you vote at your desk, you don't vote for anybody else. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to put the body on notice. There have been notable apparitions on the House floor, at times ghosts. I believe earlier today I saw Tuffy Hamilton in the corner levitating. So I just want to let members know to be on the lookout for that. Thanks.
Was he in a dinosaur costume by chance?
He was, and holding a pie. I don't know what that means.
God bless Tuffy Hamilton.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
I was off the floor. Was there a strict enforcement vote taken while many of us were in a formal meeting?
The chair is not advised.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Earlier, the chair stated that for strict enforcement, we needed to vote for ourselves from our desks. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
After COVID, technology allowed us to vote from our computer. We can lock our desk voting machine and vote from our desk from our computer. Is that the equivalent of voting from our desk?
That is correct. That is the equivalent.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
If my computer reaches the members' lounge, is the desk that I'm sitting at in the members' lounge theoretically my desk at that point?
Yes.
Thank you.
Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4930. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1860. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1860 by Hughes relating to the adoption of a climate policy and a municipal charter.
The chair recognizes Representative Craddock to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill allows for legislative oversight to assess the need for a climate charter in any city or local government and adopt a resolution recommending the charter. In any existing charter would still have the right to do this, and it would provide consistency for cities across the state.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some
Does the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. So I noticed in the background and purpose, it talks about the city of El Paso, and it mentions that its climate charter that would require 80% of the energy within the city to be green energy would then lead to an increase in utility costs for its citizens. How do you know that that would lead to increased energy costs?
They had a study done. In fact, actually, that election was not last Saturday, I think the Saturday before in El Paso, and it only got 20% of the vote.
So I'm sorry, you said that the city of El Paso had a vote on their climate charter?
Yes, they did. Yes, ma'am.
And it didn't pass, it sounds like.
Got defeated, and they only got 20%.
So I'm sorry, it passed or did not pass?
Did not pass.
Did not pass, okay. And so if it didn't pass, the citizens of that community made that decision.
That's correct. That's correct.
And so why the need for this legislation that I believe could affect other cities? Is that correct?
That's correct. But the reason is that you're going to have a hodgepodge across the state when you've got industries looking and companies moving into the state and stuff like that. You're going to have this no oversight, and you're going to have a hodgepodge in different cities across the state, and this makes it uniform. It doesn't deny anybody the right to vote and do what they want to do in the individual cities.
You know, I feel like we keep having this argument about the hodgepodge of regulations around the state, but that's because cities are so very different around the state. In fact, counties are very different around the state, and we're trying to make everything one size fits all and say the state has to decide everything. But that's the whole point in home rule cities, is that they get to make their rules. And this session, we just keep saying, nope, you can't make that rule. Nope, you can't make that rule. Right here, we're saying that a city can't make the determination to have a climate charter to try to...
No, they can. They can make that decision, and they can make that proposal. We're just setting up a basis for them to do it where the legislature just has to approve it so it's consistent statewide. And we've done this for years. We've done this, and it's worked great for companies and businesses and stuff like that. And I mean, just you brought the facts up of El Paso, and you look at what happened down there and what the percentages were on how it would affect their business and their employment. And then that's what we're trying to do, is help that from happening to other cities. I don't care what Midland does or anybody else. They can do it, and they can have an election, and that takes care of it.
Well, again, they put it up for an election. Isn't that the way to do it, so that you're sure you're doing what your community wants, as opposed to saying that we have to get approval from the state? I mean, I know the state doesn't like to have to get approval from the federal government, but now you're saying cities have to get approval from the state.
They just have to get approval that we have one basis to do it. You've still got the cities to take the vote, but we're all going to coincide together, and that's all this is.
So do you think that the state will give approval for a climate charter?
I have no idea.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Dr. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am.
The
I'll be
gentleman
glad to
yields.
yield.
Thank you. Speaker Craddock, I just have a question. Logistically, I think we could look at El Paso as a wonderful case study. Even though our climate charter did not pass, it demonstrated that you can put these things on the ballot and the local communities can really decide if it's positive or negative without maybe state interference in this conversation.
Mary, let me just say this. I think what you're saying is right. But there again, we have a large state and you've got multiple cities and a lot of businesses have a business in El Paso, maybe one in Dallas, one in Midland, my district, whatever. And if you don't have some type of coordination, you're going to have a problem. And I mean, your situation kind of proved the situation in El Paso. You only got 20% of the vote. And I don't even know what your numbers, what you propose are. That doesn't have anything to do, but I think we need a coincide agreement on what we're doing here. And that's all this does. It just says you come back to the legislature, and if the legislature says X is what we're doing statewide, then you can go back to your city and you can vote yes or no, and the city makes that determination.
And I understand what you're trying to do. I just think it's really important for us not to undermine local efforts or democratic engagement in our local communities. And obviously there's lots of people who do care about developing public policies or that do impact climate. And so how do we find that balance between saying a local community, and we want to support local political engagement on any topic, and they should be able to develop their own policies, and recognizing when it's a policy that people don't like in El Paso, it doesn't pass.
Right, but they are going to be able to do that. So you're arguing for my bill. They are going to be able to do that, and they're going to have the right to do what they want to do. We're just going to set up a statewide goal that all the cities are going to do, and that's it.
But what if a local community has different ideas and don't fall within the parameters? I think I don't disagree with your premise. I also just want to make space for local community and political engagement, specifically in a topic that a lot of people are caring about. And I think what I'm trying to point out is your points, in some ways, what happened in El Paso is a good indicator of when people don't like local policy, they just don't pass it. And I think we should encourage that. I just think the El Paso context just kind of demonstrates an interesting dynamic for us to consider. Thank you.
Representative Bernal, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for a quick question.
Gentleman yield for questions?
I'll yield.
Gentleman yields.
I came to get clarification because I think that there's some confusion as to what your bill does. So let me just ask in very small pieces. The first is the term climate charter means some sort of voted on citywide or region-wide effort that would have some sort of environmental regulation for just that jurisdiction. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And some people are saying that what your bill does is make climate charters illegal, that you couldn't do them at all, but you're saying that that's not the case. Is that right?
That's not the case. That's correct.
And so there's an intermediary step that a municipality would take in order to pass or have a climate charter. Is that right? That's what the bill does?
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you.
What your bill does is add a step that a city would have to follow before they have that election. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what exactly is that step?
And there's a date in there that we've got an amendment coming up that changes that date to extend it. Okay.
And so one of the arguments that you have for the climate charter is that this idea of a hodgepodge or a checkerboard of different regulations around the state that would be, I guess, confusing to industry that would have presence in different places. Is that right?
That's correct.
So here's my question. Would you agree or disagree that different parts of the state have different quality of air? In other words, the air quality in Dallas might be different than the air quality in El Paso and might be different than the air quality in San Antonio.
I think that's right, but you come before the legislature and you're gonna ask whatever is done during that legislative session on what you can go back to the people with, and so I think that'll all work itself out.
And so if, for example, San Antonio has really, really bad air quality, especially during the summer, you're saying that the Bexar County delegation would have to come here and make the case about the air quality in San Antonio to the legislature, and then the legislature would give the delegation the permission
right to have the election. That's correct.
to have an election.
That's
and you're
right.
saying that is the way that that municipalities would have to deal with air quality, is to wait every other year to address it, pending the judgment of the entire body. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. But listen, the whole idea is to set it up where we've got some type of a state congenial type thing. And look, if you're a business and you're moving into the state and you've got 10 offices in the state, or 5 or 2 or whatever, and you don't know what you're doing in one area of the state and doing the other. We've got this in a lot of bills that have been done in a lot of programs throughout the state, right? And it works out. This just makes sure we're going to have a congenial across-the-board theory. That's it.
But just to be clear, I hear that, I understand it, the theory makes sense to me. But just to be clear, if there's really bad air quality in San Antonio, and I wanted to do something about it locally, I would have to come to this body and ask non-San Antonians to vote as to whether or not I could present the option to San Antonio residents about voting on measures that would affect the air quality in San Antonio.
That's the way the bill reads. That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, ma'am.
will the representative yield for a few more questions?
Representative Ortega, for what purpose?
Will the representative yield for a few
Does
more
the gentleman
questions?
yield for questions?
I'll be glad
Gentleman
to yield.
yields.
You just brought up El Paso, and actually we just had that election this past weekend on Saturday, and just as you mentioned, we actually had a very good turnout for the election, but the Proposition K that dealt with the climate charter failed, like you said. You are aware of that.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And I think that one of the things that was extremely controversial about the Proposition K was the fact that they wanted the city to take over the El Paso Electric Company, but the electric company had just been purchased a few years ago. And they
I don't know anything about your amendment and what y'all did. I just know that you had the election.
Okay, well, I was just kind of clearing that up because I think that that's one of probably the biggest reason that Prop K failed in our community. Would your bill actually prohibit, for instance, if in the future El Paso decides to put up another climate charter proposal, would it be prohibited without getting permission from the state?
It would through the year, it'll be expanded here in a minute with an amendment. It will according to this bill, the way it's laid out, is to be approved by January 2025 and to be voted on before 2026. But Ms. Weiner has got an amendment that's going to extend that, so you could do that without y'all having to come to the legislature. That's right.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think there's an amendment.
Please excuse Representative Herrero because of important business on the motion by Representative Martinez-Fisher. Is there objection? Luke. Chair hears none. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
Chair recognizes Representative Zwiener to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I appreciate Speaker Craddock working with me on this despite our vigorous disagreement on the underlying policy. The Senate bill, as it came over to the House, said that the deadline for existing city charter climate plans to get approval from the legislature was January 1st, 2025. Obviously, we as a legislature do not have time to pass a resolution upon this bill going into effect by January 1st. So my amendment simply changes the deadline for approval for those existing plans to September 1st, 2025, so that we could have an opportunity to act on those if we so desire. I believe it is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Representative Zwiener sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment. Sorry, there is no amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Craddock to close.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading, Senate Bill 1860. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 1860 is passed to third reading. Representative Craddock moves to lay House Bill 4930 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Capriglione for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for Senate Bill 1860 all joint authors and co-authors for HB 4930 who sign on to HB 4930 before SB 1860 passes the House on third readings adopted by the House.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1492. Luke, you know what happened in 1492? The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 543. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 543 by Blanco relating to the conveyance of property by municipality for the public purposes of economic development.
Chair recognizes Representative Ordaz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as you all are aware, Texas shares a border with New Mexico, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mexico. Our communities need tools to help us reshore jobs to Texas and grow employment across our state. Senate Bill 543 seeks to amend the law to allow conveyance of land as part of 380 agreements to create more opportunities to bring business to our great state. There are alternatives to conveyance through Chapter 380 agreements. However, these are lengthy processes requiring additional actions that tend to deter companies from locating in Texas. Utilizing the tax increment reinvestment zone, also known as TIRZs, is a lengthy process that involves creating a fund to set aside incremental tax revenue generated by development within the zone for other projects that benefit the zone. Additionally, creating an Economic Development Corporation, or EDC, requires the establishment of
Representative Romero, for what purpose?
Will the
Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes, just let me finish up my layout. By governing
Not
body,
at this time.
By the governing body of the municipality appointed of board members, the filing applications, and the transfer of city-owned real property to the corporation. The ability to convey property through a 380 agreement allows the process to move much more quickly, which is important for every single one of these companies looking to locate in Texas. This bill creates another tool for our great state to remain an economic powerhouse. I yield for questions.
Representative Romero, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Ordaz, this bill
Representative Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Gentlelady yield.
I yield for questions.
She yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Ordaz, this bill came through the Urban Affairs Committee, and it was voted out unanimously, and I wanted to point it out because I was really impressed by the work that El Paso recognized in having an opportunity to continue to keep Texas at the forefront of attracting businesses. And I think it's important that the members to know that while the work that you did as a council member and Mayor Pro Tem in El Paso put you in a unique opportunity to understand what businesses need when they move to Texas. And if you can talk to me and the rest of the body about how this is about bringing another tool to the entire state of Texas to ensure that we can make speedy decisions.
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. you know, in these development agreements, whether it's 380 or 381 agreements, they typically take form of property tax abatements, grants, loans, even sales tax payments. This bill, what's so exciting about it, now creates the opportunity to incorporate land. In El Paso, the city owns approximately 11,000 acres of land. So that could be used as a tool to really lure a lot of these companies that we're trying to locate into Texas and El Paso along the border region. So it's an incredibly powerful tool that's going to add another economic tool to our power. To our toolbox.
Included in the bill, Representative Ordaz, there are protections in place as well that protects things like parks as well, correct? So there's protections for those parks, is that correct?
Absolutely. And there's notification requirements as well so that the communities and constituents know what cities or counties are doing as part of these economic development agreements. And so constituents will know through proper notification.
Thank you very much for this bill, Representative Ordaz.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Third reading, Senate Bill 543. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Show Representative Leach voting aye, Representative Smith voting aye. Have all voted? Yeah. Good job, Luke. 96 ayes and 41 nays. Senate Bill 543 is passed to third reading. Representative Ordaz moves to lay House Bill 1492. When Columbus sailed the ocean blue. On the table, subject to the call. Is there objections? There is none. The motion is adopted. Where'd you go, Luke? Luke. Chair lays out HJR 25 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the resolution.
HJR 25 by Zwiener, proposing a constitutional amendment to authorize the legislature to exempt from ad valorem taxation the portion of the assessed value of a person's property that is attributable to the installation in or on the property of a rainwater harvesting or graywater system.
Chair recognizes Representative Zwiener to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker, members, this HJR seeks to make sure that Texans who decide to invest in water conservation are not penalized in their tax bill. This is important because 68% of the state is in extreme drought right now. I would like to thank Representative Jason Isaac for first introducing this legislation, and I'm honored to be able to carry it now. Move passage.
Question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. It's a record vote required by the Constitution. The clerk will ring the bell. Shall Representative Dean voting aye, Representative Toth voting aye, Representative Hinojosa voting aye, Representative Smith voting aye, Representative Isaac voting aye. Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it. There being 110 ayes and 27 nays, the resolution is adopted. The chair lays out House Bill 649 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 649 by Hinojosa, relating to consideration of education-related income and determining eligibility of applicants for residential tenancies.
Chair recognizes Representative Hinojosa for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 649 until tonight at 10:30 p.m.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out House Bill 3452 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3452 by Jatan relating to complaints submitted to and sanctions issued by the State Commission on Judicial Conduct.
The chair recognizes Representative Jatan to explain the
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3452 seeks to ensure there is adequate and timely accountability for judges that are sanctioned by the State Commission on Judicial Conduct. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 3452. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Representative Jatan voting aye. Have all voted? Shall Representative Turner voting aye? Have all voted? Shall Representative have all voted? Shall have all voted? Shall Representative Leach voting aye? There being 79 ayes and 59 nays, House Bill 3452 is finally passed. Chair lays out House Bill 1667 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1667 by Jatan relating to the reporting of child abuse or neglect.
Chair recognizes Representative Jatan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is House Bill 1667. Appreciate y'all's patience on this. We do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jatan.
Chair recognizes Representative Jatan to explain the amendment.
This amendment takes back off the amendment that was added yesterday dealing with reporting.
Representative Johnson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
The gentleman will yield.
Representative Jatan, so this is addressing a lot of the concerns that I had earlier this morning about the confidential reporting of child abuse. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I really appreciate, this is an example of how the back and forth can work, and I appreciate you recognizing that that was a serious concern, bringing this amendment so that we can continue to protect our kids. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. I appreciate working with you on it. Move adoption. Move adoption.
Representative Jatan sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the authors. Any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Hit it. Hit it. Chair recognizes Representative Jatan. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1667. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Oh, hold on. So Representative Thompson voting aye. Now, there being 123 ayes and 14 nays, House Bill 1667 is finally passed. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3487. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3487 by Turner relating to certain expenditures by public institutions of higher education and university
Hold on.
systems that are eligible for certain tax credits.
Chair recognizes Representative Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. House Bill 3487 amends Chapter 171 of the Tax Code to reauthorize the participation of institutions of higher education and university systems in the Texas Historic Preservation Tax Credit Program. This allows public institutions to utilize tax credit for preservation. This was a previous statute, and prior to January 1st of 2022, institutions of higher ed and university systems were authorized to participate in the Texas Historic Preservation Tax Credit Program by a bill that we passed in the 85th regular session. However, that sunsetted, and those project costs were only available if incurred before January 1st of 2022. But during that period of time, between 2017 and 2022, we had several schools take advantage of this. The University of North Texas Dallas College of Law used this credit to preserve the old Dallas Municipal Building. Texas Tech University successfully used it to preserve their administration building. And Texas State University System used it to preserve O. Henry Hall just a few blocks from here in downtown Austin. Reinstating our established institutions of higher education to use this tax credit will not only allow them to make much-needed updates to notable and significant buildings, but it will also create jobs, generate revenue, and uphold our state's historic landmarks through modern preservation efforts, all while supporting higher education in our state. This bill continues the work we've already done in previous sessions, and we've seen that these institutions can use this credit successfully. So let's continue to invest in our students by investing in the preservation of our higher education facilities throughout the state.
Mr. Speaker. Representative Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Turner. I was looking at your bill. I live in a historic neighborhood in San Antonio, and there's all sorts of incentives and tax credits, and I'm kind of familiar how it works for residences. How does the tax credit work here for universities and higher education institutions?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So what it allows, this bill specifically, as the previous statute did, allows for colleges and universities to obtain tax credits and then sell them, and then their purchase and then that revenue is able to then support the project that they're trying to do. So, for example, the rehabilitation of O. Henry Hall is an example.
So what I know, and we're talking about older structures here, right? These are historical structures?
I beg your pardon?
Are the structures that would be eligible for these tax credits, are they like older and historic?
Yes, they're older and they have a historic designation.
And so what I remember about that, and again, I'm thinking about it in the residential context. I mean, when you have to replace a window, let's say for a house built in 1940, you can't go to Home Depot and just go buy an aluminum window and put it on. And so these are sometimes more labor intensive. Sometimes these projects require very specific materials, and then of course very specific craftsmanship and labor. So all in, it ends up being more than just buying and installing a window from Home Depot. And is that why these credits are needed? Because it helps?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Because these are older buildings and they are of historic significance. They are, by definition, more labor intensive to restore. Sometimes the materials may be harder to source, harder to obtain, and therefore more costly as well. But that's one of the important elements of historic preservation that I think we all understand, and that's one of the reasons this program, I think, has been created recognizing that the preservation of historic structures, be they on a college campus or in a neighborhood or in a central business district, is important to preserving the integrity and the historically significant architecture in our state, and therefore it is worth a modest public investment, I would add, to be able to support those efforts.
Yeah, no, it definitely it's a very modest investment, and in terms of incentivizing, I mean, we're talking about old buildings that sometimes people make decisions not to renovate or keep up with them because of the cost or the burden to do it, and then you end up having a structure that you may have to demolish or raise to put up a new structure. So I think the incentives, I know the incentives on the residential side are, look, we know to maintain older homes takes, special labor, more expensive materials. You have design restrictions, but we'll try to incentivize you to make it easier. And that, I guess it just sounds like it's a very similar program, but applicable to higher education institutions.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, we have this, this great existing program that helps homeowners or people in the private sector be able to take advantage of these tax credits. This simply allows, on a limited basis, or colleges and universities to do the same thing, recognizing that we have a lot of higher education campuses across our state with historically significant buildings with a historic designation. Representative Ortega and I were just discussing University of Texas El Paso is a beautiful campus, many older buildings. There's great possibility schools like UTEP could be able to take advantage of this in the future.
And I'm going to look into it in the district that I represent. I neighbor with Representative Bernal and Representative Lopez, but we have St. Mary's University, Our Lady of the Lake University. I mean, these are beautiful old campuses, with beautiful churches and historic buildings. And I'm not sure, we'll have to look at the regs. We could talk about it offline, but if this is something that's eligible to all areas of higher ed, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, well, and I'm glad you asked about that, because I've learned in working on this bill, I've learned recently that actually private colleges and universities are already eligible through the existing program. So those institutions you mentioned, I believe, my understanding is, would be eligible under existing statute. This bill is simply going to make our public colleges and university systems also eligible.
I appreciate it. Thank you. It's a good bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3487. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 86 ayes and 41 nays, House Bill 3487 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5406. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5406 by Rogers, relating to the creation of the Cross Timbers Regional Utility Authority, granting a limited power of eminent domain, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments and fees.
Chair recognizes Dr. Rogers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, water is life.
Mr. Speaker.
This is the most important.
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'd like to lay out my bill first.
Not at this time, Ms. Morales.
This is the most important bill of the session for my district because of our severe water availability issues. HB 5406 creates the Cross Timbers Regional Utility Authority to include Parker, Palo Pinto, and Stevens counties. Continuing rapid development and growth in north central Texas has created the need for a regionalized effort to enhance water supply, distribution facilities, wastewater collection, treatment facilities, as well as drainage and control projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move passage.
Representative Morales, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for
Will the
some
gentleman
questions?
yield for questions? The gentleman will yield.
Lady, absolutely.
Thank you, Representative. So I just wanted to ask you, what is the jurisdictional area of this authority and who would be subject to their decisions?
Yeah, this covers 3 counties, Parker, Palo Pinto, and Stevens. It will be controlled by a 7-member board that is appointed by county commissioners in Parker County, county commissioners in Stevens County. There's 1 in Stevens County, 3 in Parker County, and then in Palo Pinto County, there's 1 commissioner appointed by the commissioners and 2 appointed by the city of Mineral Wells.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment, House Bill 5406. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 5406 passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5025. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5025 by Zwiener, relating to the Hayes Trinity Groundwater Conservation District, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Representative Weiner to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a cleanup for the Hayes Trinity Groundwater Conservation District that corrects the terms of the members of the board. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment, House Bill 5025. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Get ready? Get ready? Hold on. Okay, hit it. Have all voted? Hit it. Being 98 ayes and 40 nays, House Bill 5025 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5160. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5160 by Darby, relating to the authority of the Board of Directors to select a depository bank for the West Coke County Hospital District.
Chair recognizes Representative Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 5160 seeks to allow the Board of Directors of the West Coke County Hospital District more flexibility in selecting a depository for district funds. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment, House Bill 5160. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Hold on. Have all voted? Sorry. There being 123 ayes and 9 nays, House Bill 5160 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5359. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 5359 by Busey, relating to the approval and creation of the Williamson County Development District Number 1 and to the administration, powers, duties, operation, and financing of the district, including the authority to impose an assessment, a tax, and issue bonds.
Chair recognizes Representative Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5359 is a bipartisan local bill which would create the Williamson County Development District Number 1. It encompasses approximately 140 acres of land just up the road. We'd love to have y'all out. This district will be self-supporting, and it's supported by my entire bipartisan court. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
Chair
Mr. Speaker,
recognizes
members,
Representative
this is a
Busey to explain
perfected
the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a perfected amendment to bring the district more in line with the standard development district and remove the ability to levy ad valorem taxes.
Representative Hinojosa, for what purpose?
What? Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose, Representative Hinojosa?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman will yield.
I didn't hear explanation of that amendment, and I'm trying to pull it up right now. Can you please explain?
Yeah, the amendment, the original wasn't a ledge council, so this is a floor amendment that was filed, 12-hour
Okay.
layout. It's just a cleanup to be a ledge council version and to remove ad valorem taxes, which should have never been in the original.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank
Yep.
you.
It's a big. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the amendment.
Representative Busey sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Busey.
Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment, House Bill 5359. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Shall Representative Busey voting aye, Representative Wilson voting aye. Have all voted? I mean, 108 ayes and 27 nays. House Bill 5359 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 5351. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2594. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2594 by Nichols, relating to the creation of the Liberty County Management District Number 2, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes.
The chair recognizes Representative Bales to explain the bill.
Relating to the creation of Liberty County Management District Number 2.
Representative Harris, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of Senate Bill 2594 under Rule 4, Section 32C1 on the grounds that the background and purpose is materially or substantially misleading.
Bring your point of order down front, Mr. Harris.
The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Bales for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 2594 until June 1st, 2023.
Members of the motions objecting, chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Bales moves to lay House Bill 5351 on the table, subject to call to objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB 279, HB 1535, HB 1555, HB 1922, HB 2460, HB 2759, HB 3290.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 5375. The clerk read the bill.
HB 5375 by Metcalf relating to the creation of the Montgomery County Management District Number 2, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5375 proposed creation of municipal management district to be known as Montgomery County Management District Number 2. I move passage.
The question occurs to pass on the engrossment of HB 5375. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Show Mr. Harless voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 11 nays, HB 5375 is passed in engrossment. The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson of Harris for a motion.
We can lean on the motion. Do the lean. You got to do it. You're not leaning. There you go. You got to lean in. Lean in. There you go.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D for Senate Bill 1457 to designate the following members as joint sponsors: Davis, Garcia.
Are we done here? No, we're waiting for the speaker. Waiting for the speaker.
Members who have the motions objecting, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 361. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 361 by Thompson of Harris relating to the placement on community supervision, including deferred adjudication community supervision of a defendant who is the primary caretaker of a child.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill simply requires judges to consider, prior to sentencing a parent to community supervision, the person's primary care status. And if that person's status is taken into consideration, and if they are eligible for deferred adjudication, the judge has another tool in the toolbox and they can utilize in punishment. I move passage.
The question occurs to pass on engrossment of HB 361. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 361 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4172. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4172 by Price relating to the authority of the governing body of a hospital district to vote for candidates for director of the appraisal district in which the hospital district participates.
The chair recognizes Mr. Price to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4172 adds hospital districts to those able to cast a vote regarding who will be able to serve on the board, the appraisal district board, Hospital districts are important entities with the community and serve the district just like junior colleges, and as such, hospital districts should have a say on who sits on the board of the local appraisal district, and I move passage.
The question occurs in passing engrossment. HB 4172. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4172 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1164. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1164 by Gervin Hawkins, relating to health benefit plan coverage for hair prostheses for breast cancer patients.
Is Ms. Gervin Hawkins on the floor of the House? The chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1164 is a simple bill, but it's an important bill. What it does is it enables for a cancer patient to be able to have a quality wig. So we're looking to classify a wig as a prosthesis, the same way you would with someone who loses an arm, who loses a leg. And members, I really need your support on this. Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Cole, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
The lady, she yields for questions.
What kind of wigs or hair prostheses are covered by insurance under this bill?
We're looking for at least a wig for $100. So a quality wig, because as you know, hair is important to people and everybody can't wrap their hair well, and it gives people that confidence who is going through this difficult time through chemotherapy.
I understand. Does this bill specify any wigs or hair prosthetics that are an exception to insurance coverage?
No, it does not. And also it has to be prescribed by the doctor, that the doctor is specifically saying this will help the patient.
Okay, does this bill limit the amount of wigs or hair prostheses that are covered by insurance?
Just one per person.
Just one per person. Thank you. I think you have a good bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, with
Ms.
the
Theory,
gentlelady.
for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the
Will
gentlelady
the lady
yield?
yield for questions?
Yes.
She yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rep. Gervin Hawkins, I think this is such a wonderful bill. Just to be clear, I wanted to understand that this is typically used for women undergoing cancer of some sort when they have chemotherapy, treatment, and radiation, which causes them to lose all their hair and essentially
Yes.
go bald. Is that right?
Yes.
And have you heard, I'm sure when you laid the bill out, I watched some of it, was there testimony from women who talked about the struggle that they experience when they lose all of their hair from chemotherapy treatment?
Yes, and thank you, Representative. That's a great question, because one of the ladies came up and talked about taking her child to school when she didn't have a wig and having her hair wrapped. Everybody knew then that she was diagnosed, and it was a challenge for her, and it was a challenge for her child.
Thank you. And did you hear any testimony about the hardships of people undergoing cancer treatments where at times they're unable to work and earn an income?
I did, because the treatment itself and the medicines is so much money.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I can't hear Rep. Gervin Hawkins.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Okay, I'm sorry, Rep. I was asking about, did you hear any testimony from women who were unable to work due to the severity of their cancer treatments and therefore were unemployed and didn't have an income and able
That's
to go out
correct.
and purchase a
and
wig?
the cost of the medicine and everything that goes along with it, the support. So it has been a challenge for many women. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So with this bill, that would just provide them at least some sense of dignity while they're undergoing this hopefully life-saving treatment.
Definitely.
Thank you so much, Rep. Gervin Hawkins. I will definitely be voting a 1 for all the women who go through this treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Theory.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield
The
for some questions?
gentlelady yield for questions.
I will.
She yields.
Representative Gervin Hawkins, I want to say thank you for bringing this bill because I had my own cancer journey and I went through chemotherapy and I lost all of my hair. But what wasn't available for me was a program where I could purchase or have a hair prosthesis. And what I found that a nice quality hair prosthesis can be very expensive and out of reach for many people because our insurance doesn't cover it. I also found out that the insurance didn't even cover some of the chemotherapy treatment that was prescribed. So along with going with trying to get coverage for my actual medically necessary chemotherapy, I didn't have access to a hair prosthesis. And that can have a traumatic effect on one's life. And I know it's, we don't want to get all, we don't want to be so focused on how we look, but it can have an impact on the way you feel. And so if you don't look good sometimes, they say, you don't feel good.
That's true.
And so that can help with your recovery, making sure that you have access to certain things like the hair prosthesis. And so I am so grateful that you brought this bill to ensure that everyday Texans can have access to this, what I would call medically necessary, because you're limiting it only to certain situations. You're not saying everyone can get it, but only for certain situations, correct?
That's correct, ma'am. And it's so important for confidence of the woman and or her children. Because, when you go into the grocery store, if you've got a wrap on your head, then you've kind of been identified, kind of like a special needs person. And so to be able to have this is critical to the patient themselves as well as the children and her family as a whole.
Absolutely. So thank you again. I appreciate you bringing this bill. I'll be voting for it.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. With that, I move passage.
The question occurs in passing engrossment, HB 1164. There's a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 101 ayes and 41 nays, HB 1164 is passed in engrossment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 59, Goodwin, sponsored by Zaffarini.
Thank you, sir. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 63, SB 65, SB 188, SB 347, SB 371, SB 380, SB 502, SB 578, SB 656, SB 702, SB 760, SB 850, SB 869, SB 870, SB 1088, SB 1097, SB 1112, SB 1187, SB 1191, SB 1243, SB 1260, SB 1343, SB 1371, SB 1524, SB 1598, SB 1766, SB 1778, SB 1841, SB 1887, SB 2057, SB 2158, SB 2196, SB 2571, SB 2580, SB 2603, SCR 31.
The chair lays out on second reading HB 2687. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2687 by Leach relating to the age at which a juvenile court may exercise jurisdiction over a child.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this issue is relating to raising the lower age for juveniles who are in the state's care. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
You're not the clerk.
Amendment by Leach.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the amendment.
Thank you, members. This amendment makes a few minor changes to the bill as filed. First, it makes sure to raise the lower age across all relevant codes by adding the language into the Education Code, the Penal Code, and the Code of Criminal Procedure. I said penal code.
Well,
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yeah,
The gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
To be clear, Mr. Speaker, my questions are on the bill, not the amendment.
Let us adopt the amendment first.
Members, I
and
move adoption of the amendment.
We'll get right back to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Leach, since the amendment is acceptably authorized, objection to adopt the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico for HB 2687.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, first, I want to thank Chairman Leach for bringing this important bill. There's going to be a conversation about the policy, but I first want to start with a conversation about the personal. I want to just tell you a quick story. It's a story about one kid named Keith. Keith experienced a lot of trauma as a child. Both his parents struggled with a meth addiction. After his father was incarcerated, Keith was sexually abused by the male partner of a babysitter when he was 4 years old. When he was 11 years old, Keith vandalized someone's car, and after violating his probation, he was sent to the Texas Juvenile Justice Department, TJJD. Keith's story is not unique. Texas children as young as 10 years old are removed from their communities and imprisoned in rural parts of Texas, sometimes 500 miles away from their families. At TJJD, Keith filed dozens of grievances citing physical and other abuse. His mother says she begged Keith's court-appointed attorney to try to get him sent to a mental health facility instead of TJJD. She said the lawyer told her, quote, he will get the mental health help he needs at TJJD. Instead of getting the mental health services he needed to address his trauma and behavior, Keith was instead routinely placed in isolation for up to 14 days at a time. When he was asked why he was hurting himself, Keith's answer was simple. He's been in detention since he was 11, and he said he missed his mom. Last March, following 3 hospitalizations for self-harm, Keith was transferred from the child prison in Giddings to a psychiatric hospital. He started therapy and was able to attend school with 3 other teens. While receiving real treatment outside of TJJD, he went 2 months without hurting himself. In a message he wrote on November 2nd, Keith said, quote, I've been good just laying low as possible. I've been going to school for my GED and doing groups with my counselor. I've been talking to my mama a lot. It's been going good. But then Keith was transferred back to Giddings, and he started hurting himself again. When he was locked in his room, he tied a ligature around his neck, cut his arms, and inserted metal in his urethra. 7 weeks ago, Keith died by suicide. He was 16 years old.
After his death, his mother blamed us, the state of Texas. She said, quote, "They didn't try to fix the brokenness. They just broke him more." Members, we failed Keith, all of us, at every point. Imagine if at 11 years old, Keith was diverted away from a child prison and given the rehabilitative services he needed in his own community. He would have had a shot at growing into a healthy, happy, productive adult in our society. And I'm convinced he would still be alive today. Instead, we're sending kids like him, as young as 10 years old, away from their families, away from their support systems, away from their homes, to become numbers in our carceral system. Today, we have the opportunity to change that, and I deeply thank Chairman Leach for bringing this bill, and I urge all of you to vote yes on this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I know, it's really great.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
The gentleman would yield, please.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill. Chair recognizes Mr. Canales. Mr. Leach will yield for questions.
Thank you, Representative, and I appreciate what you're trying to do here. And it's definitely a humanity. But I did notice that on certain crimes, you don't raise the minimum age. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'm puzzled by this, and I understand that we want to be tough on crime, but I would assume, and I'm asking, is the reason that you're raising the minimum age because they're still children at 13?
Yes.
Are they not children regardless of what crime they commit?
Chairman Canales, yes, they are.
And so that's where
let me answer your question. Your question is important, and I want to answer it very honestly and transparently. Yes, they are, and at the end of the day, I'm trying to pass my bill.
I get it.
And so I had to make certain concessions that I otherwise, if I had total control of the bill and could get it to the governor's desk by myself, that I would not have made, but I had to do that.
I was under the impression that that was probably a point you had to negotiate, but you are in agreement with me that the crime you commit doesn't have a bearing on whether you're a child or not.
I would say that in the vast majority of instances, that is correct. The premise of your question is well taken, and I agree.
And I agree with you, and I'm proud of what you're doing. I just wish that politics wouldn't play such a part in us deciding when someone's a child or not. I agree with you, the minimum wage needs to be raised, but I don't think that excluding someone from the benefit of being treated as a child should be determined by the crime you commit. It should be determined whether you're a child or not. But thank you, and I appreciate what you're doing, and I understand why you're doing it. I just wish we could, and I wish we could get it across the finish line the right way. Thank you.
Yeah, Chairman Canales, thank you for your questions. And like I said, I agree with you. And my final point would be that whether it's this bill or any number of other bills we've passed, members, you should take credit for the passage of really smart and in many cases compassionate and understanding strong criminal justice bills that we have sent over to the other side of this building. Many of them right now have not even been referred, are not receiving hearings. I made certain changes in this bill because I knew that I was confident I could get it out of this House because I know where this body stands on policies like this. But the other side of the building, I just hope that they'll give these bills the hearing that they're deserved. And I had to make these changes to give us hope of life over there. And I would encourage my colleagues on the other side of this building to listen to these issues, hear the testimony, consider them deeply, and hopefully vote with us and send them to the governor's desk. With that, members, I move passage.
The question occurs and passes the engrossment of HB 2687. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 126,015 nays. HB 2687 is passed the engrossment. The chair recognizes Mr. Ranchia for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 1711.
Members heard the motions. Objection. Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution. The clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1711 by Anchia, commending Marissa Cummings for her service as a Texas Legislative Internship Program Fellow and Legislative Aide in the Office of State Representative Rafael Anchia.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the resolution.
Mr. Speaker and members, this chamber would not function without our hardworking staff. And today, I just want to shout out my incredibly hardworking team for which I am grateful. Today is the last day, or penultimate day, I should say, that I get to experience the extreme good fortune of working with Marissa Cummings, who is a distinguished fellow in the Texas Legislative Internship Program, also known as TLIP. Because tomorrow is her last day in the Pink Dome, she is going to be moving on and pursuing her dreams working at Legal Aid of North Carolina as an attorney. We did not want her to leave without being recognized for her work, her dedication, and her service to all Texans. Marissa has been a vital member of the team. She has been particularly involved with critical policy issues such as voting rights, improving healthcare access, LGBTQIA rights, and gun safety. And Marissa is currently a student at the esteemed Texas Southern University Thurgood Marshall School of Law. And she is a graduate of the University of Houston, where she holds a bachelor's degree in broadcast journalism. And she worked for Houston Public Media's News 88.7 and for KIII-TV, Channel 3 News in Corpus Christi. Members, Chairman Hunter, I thought you'd appreciate that. She did all that before pursuing her legal studies. So Marissa, on behalf of the Texas House of Representatives, I want to extend our sincerest best wishes for your continued success in all your endeavors. And members, I ask that you join me in congratulating the great Marissa Cummings. Marissa, take a bow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for just a few questions?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
With pleasure.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Anchia, did you happen to know that she is also my distant cousin?
She finally admitted to this fact long into her internship after occulting her relations to you, her very distant, I might add, relations to you for a long time. No, she's very, very proud to be kinfolk to you and mentions it on a regular basis. She is very, very proud of you as well.
We are very proud of her and our descendant, Marguerite. She was an enslaved black woman who fought for the freedom of her 4 mulatto children, or should we say mixed race children. And we have come all the way from there to here. And I just wanted to tell you I love you, I'm proud of you, and we are going to continue to make our family happy and proud.
It's been a delight to work with her. God bless you. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I was just going to move that the remarks of Mr. Ranchia be reduced to writing and placed in the record.
Members, you heard the motion. Is objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on adoption of the resolution. The objection? Chair hears none. Resolution is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2927. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2927 by Turner relating to quarantine leave for certain public safety employees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 2927 clarifies the rights of public safety employees quarantining with a communicable disease. This bill will ensure that public safety employees told by their employer that they cannot work due to a disease cannot be penalized. It defines order to quarantine or isolate as any time a person is not permitted to work because they've displayed symptoms of a disease or been exposed to a communicable disease. The bill also ensures that public safety employees will be given the same protections as those who work for political subdivisions. This includes paid time off that does not affect their sick or vacation leave, pension benefits, health plan benefits, and reimbursement for reasonable costs related to the quarantine. Members, this bill essentially affects state employees in the public safety space, and
Will the gentleman yield?
Ms. Cole, for what purpose?
Questions for the
Will
gentleman?
the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I will.
Gentleman yields.
Which public safety employees are covered under this bill?
So, Representative Cole, so this bill stems from some confusion that was created, resulted, I should say, from the COVID-19 pandemic, where state-employed first responders and public safety employees ended up having to use time off that they had saved up to quarantine after being exposed to or displaying symptoms of COVID-19. And so this specifically affected state-employed firefighters, detention facility guards, and other state employees in the public safety space. And so we want to align their benefits and their rights with the rights of public safety employees who work for political subdivisions, i.e. our cities and counties.
Okay. Could state agencies that employ public safety employees reduce employees' vacation, sick leave, et cetera, as a result of these quarantine leave policies being adopted?
Yeah, so what happened was because the law is unclear, we learned that some employees were forced to use their vacation time, earned leave to quarantine. And basically what we want to make sure is that if an employee, say a firefighter who works in a firehouse and is around in close quarters with fellow firefighters, and they're ordered to quarantine, i.e. not show up to work because you might get everyone else sick, that they're not having to use their own vacation time or PTO for that purpose, that they're going to be compensated and receive their pay if their employer orders them to quarantine.
I think you have a good bill.
Thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment HB 2927. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2927 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4845. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4845 by Allison, relating to bullying prevention in public schools, including the establishment of a bullying prevention program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Allison to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4845 merely provides for the establishment of a bullying prevention pilot program to be established and administered through TEA.
Mr. Speaker.
To help address and reduce the incidence of bullying in our public schools.
Ms. Meza, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Certainly.
He yields.
Representative Allison, so I'm glad to see you presenting this bill again. And thank you for addressing this important issue and taking steps to protect our children from bullying at school. Do you have the statistics on how many children experience bullying at school?
A good number.
Yeah, from Texas ABC, they say that it's like 1 in 5 students report being bullying at some point from the. So, who experiencing bullying? They don't report it to an authority. Can we agree that the number is probably even higher, since a lot of kids that get bullied don't even report it?
I think that's a fair statement, yes. And I think that's one of the purposes of establishing this pilot program, to try to dig deeper into the schools and address the problem.
So with a bill like yours, seeks to collaborate with schools and school districts to create an anti-bullying program, so that bill would be positioned to effectively address these issues with students?
Yes, absolutely.
School-based bullying prevention programs can decrease bullying, can't they?
Absolutely. That's the purpose of the program, the pilot program, and at last, I think we're trying to get involved with experts in the field, use evidence-based approaches to it, and address the wellness concerns, the mental health concerns, and the education concerns by actually having programs on the campuses where they're needed through this grant program to be established through TEA.
So there's proof that these programs work. I hope everybody supports it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs and passes the engrossment of HB 4845. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Allison voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 96,044 nays, HB 4845 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1452. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1452 by Anchia relating to insurance coverage for the disposition of embryonic and fetal tissue remains.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. 1 in 160 births, regrettably, result in a stillbirth. And about 25,000 stillbirths occur in the United States each year, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. You know, and stillbirths can be often traumatic for a family, especially those that happen late in pregnancy. And we're talking about parents who have picked out a name, they know the gender of the child, they have shared news with family members and the child's siblings, and are oftentimes waiting with significant anticipation for this expected addition to the family. And when parents experience a stillbirth, they often wish to hold a funeral, and there are numerous costs associated with that. We saw this in my family, where one of my nieces wanted to have a funeral for her late-term stillbirth. So according to the Texas Department of Insurance, most life insurance companies in Texas require that a child be at least 14 days old before they're added to a life insurance policy or other health care plan. And none of these plans address the burial of a stillborn at all. So a lot of times families think that their existing health plan or life insurance plan are going to pay these costs, but in the end they don't. Because if the child between the stillbirth at term and 14 days is not alive, they're considered medical waste and ineligible for insurance. So House Bill 1452 came to me from one of my constituents who sadly experienced this, and it seeks to extend coverage by an insurance provider to the disposition, burial, or cremation of a stillborn child with a cap of $7,500 on expenses. So members, with this solemn layout, I move passage.
The question occurs and passes the engrossment of HB 1452. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Should Mr. Anchia voting aye. Mr. Schaefer voting nay. Mr. Schaefer voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 76,061 nays, HB 1452 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading, HB 4483. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4483 by Lozano relating to the Port of Corpus Christi Authority of Nueces County, Texas.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would create a economic impact study by the Texas A&M Transportation Institute regarding the impact of navigation districts on the state and local economies, and I have some amendments.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lozano.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would pretty much completely replace this language in the bill, and it would still be a study by the Transportation Institute of Texas A&M, but it would specifically analyze several provisions, analyzing the district and agency's assessment of fees. I do have an amendment to this amendment, which would remove some of those provisions from the amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Lozano.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment to the amendment would remove the review of collection of taxes, annual tax income, consistency of tax income, and historical rate of growth of tax income, and it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Lozano sends an amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano on the amendment as amended.
The amendment is acceptable to the author.
Melissa Lozano says that amendment it is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears that the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to close on the bill.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
If the gentleman would yield for some questions.
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Thank you,
The
Chairman. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about this bill as briefly as possible. So initially, the bill as proposed was to sunset a port in your district. Was that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And the reality was, in order to do something of that nature, we needed regional consensus. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
We just didn't have that, did we?
No, sir.
We didn't have county consensus. We didn't have cities consensus. And so in an effort to actually move forward on a statewide basis and learn more about our ports, you and I moved forward with this study so that we could come back next session and do what we can to make sure these economic engines move forward?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And this is negotiated language between you and I, and this is a moving forward to make sure that we get Texas moving in the right direction. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman.
Thank you for all your hard work, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 4483. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lozano voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 121 ayes and 19 nays, HB 4483 is passed engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB. Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Can we reduce the writing, the House Bill 4483 by Lozano, and place it in the journal, please, the comments?
Members who have the motions or objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4069. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4069 by Meyer, relating to the required disclosure of prices by a veterinarian before providing emergency treatment to an ill or injured animal.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 4069 simply directs the State Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners to adopt rules to require veterinarians to disclose the price of their proposed treatment to pet owners in an emergency situation, and I believe there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Stuckey.
The chair recognizes Dr. Stuckey to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just allows the veterinarian access to the animal's condition to develop a proposed option for treatment before providing the information described and then a price estimate. Move adoption.
Dr. Stuckey sends out an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author of the objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of engrossment HB 4069. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4069 is passed engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1086. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1086 by Hull, relating to court orders to aid an investigation by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about due process and transparency for families in DFPS investigations and cases. I move passage.
The question occurs to pass on engrossment to HB 1086. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1086 passed engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1206. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1206 by Guillen, relating to a determination of school district's assets to liabilities ratio under the Public School Financial Accountability Rating System.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill carves out recapture from a school district's reported liabilities on Indicator 8 of the School First Rating System.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes.
What do you feel that the impact of your bill will be to the public education system, Chairman Guillen?
Well, I mean, this is specific to schools that are subject to recapture and specifically Indicator 8 of their first rating system.
Thank you so much.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment HB 1206. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1206 passed engrossment.